Chapter 176. Shi Village, Shi Village. Outside the house, the snow fell and the sun shone on the dawn. What he said was true and what he did was true. The fire in the stove was continuous. Although he changed people frequently, he expressed his intention. Brother Pei, Yi has medical skills to practice. It's not convenient to accompany you. Li Yi waited for Pei Yaoqing to finish eating. They stood at the side of the ice rink and watched for a while. After that, they excused themselves and went back to the autopsy room. Pei Yaoqing saw that the children of the rich had already eaten the skewers. He stood at the side and took a look. They were all cheap food. Tofu, dried tofu, fried bean foam, frozen tofu, and tofu. Then there were sea cabbage, dried oysters, cabbage, lentils, and peas that were dried in the shade in the summer. Then there were bamboo shoots, lotus roots, and gluten that were steamed together when making the dough. The only expensive things were bamboo shoots and lotus roots. They were not easy to preserve. However, Pei Yaoqing knew that Li Yi bought these two things in bulk and stored them together. The cost was very low. As for why Li Yi could preserve so many things, there was no need to ask. He knew how to do it. Looking at the children eating the skewers and free soup, Pei Yaoqing shook his head. It was not easy for the children of the rich. They were short of snacks. Huanji, I'm here too. Chong and County Deputy Fan Ai brought a group of people over. Yulan, have you eaten? Pei Yaoqing greeted. No, the people I found live in are too scattered. I just gathered 50 people and they are all adults. They don't trust me and dare not bring their children here. Fan Ai was annoyed. Was the county magistrate more trustworthy than the deputy? The 50 people brought by Fan Ai were also annoyed. If they knew that someone richer than them would bring their children here, they would have brought them too. Therefore, they took the initiative to find another person who skated in the ice rink to communicate. Usually, it was not easy for some people to find a chance to talk to each other. They belonged to their own circle. Unexpectedly, when it came to Zhuangzi, they had more contacts. Yulan, go in and eat. Pei Yaoqing saw his colleague looking at the skewers and swallowing his saliva. Can't we eat those? Fan Ai also wanted to eat the skewers. There's nothing to eat. It's all tofu. Pei Yaoqing shook his head. Let's go and eat with me. The deputy magistrate called out. The bailiffs who came with him happily hugged him and walked into the canteen. He couldn't afford to go to heavenly earth. If he wanted to have a big meal, he could only accompany Shangguan Ru when she came to Zhuangzi. Not long after, Fan Ai pushed a food delivery cart out. She said to Pei Yaoqing, find a shed and sit down. We'll watch while eating. Pei Yaoqing nodded vigorously at Fan Ai, expressing his admiration. There was a hot water box under the dining car, so the food on it was not cold. The two of them found an empty place to skate, rest, and change their shoes. Fan Ai talked while eating. I've found that the more dishes are cooked together, the more money is saved. It saves coal, firewood, oil, and salt. Fan Ai drank a mouthful of hot rice wine to warm her stomach. Li Yi said that this is called scale. Didn't the county learn how to buy things? It's a good idea. Pei Yaoqing said that he was eager to learn and was willing to put it into practice. This winter, all the things bought in the county were sold in bulk. The other party gave a low price, so both sides profited. The seller sold a pile of goods at a time, saving manpower and time costs. The buyer spent less money, so part of the money saved was used as a reward. Yes, someone may stay here today. Is the place arranged properly? Fan Ai swallowed another mouthful of sweet and sour pork ribs. She bit the bone twice and found that she couldn't bite it, so she gave up. Pei Yaoqing said, go to the Zhang family's village. The village is rich this year. Every family renovated their house. I don't know if they will be satisfied. He saw that Fan Ai didn't come over with soup, so he got up and went to the children's side. He scooped half a bowl of soup in a pottery bowl and came back. Thank you, Huanji. Fan AI took it, blew it, and drank a mouthful. This soup is delicious. No wonder the children keep drinking it. They will be full in a while. It's made with bones and chicken. There are many things in it, so the taste is mixed. Pei Yaoqing had some understanding of it. When the two of them were talking, the adults came over one after another. When they saw the children drinking the soup, they quickly stopped them. After asking the people in Zhuangzi, they took the children to the Zhang family's village, one after another. There was a flatbed with a wooden guardrail. There were chairs and leather cushions inside the flatbed. The adults and children sat on it. There was a horse walking on the cement road in front of them. The horse's hooves made a rhythmic sound, which made the children feel curious. When they arrived, the village chief of the Zhang family's village, Zhang Shao, led a team to welcome them. The villagers were all smiles. Will it be cold staying here at night? Is everything clean? A rich man with a slightly bulging belly asked. Being fat meant that the food at home was good, and there was no hard work. It's cleaned up so well that no dust can be seen. The bedding is new and the food is the best. There is someone to light the fire 24 hours a day. Zhang Shao introduced. Today was the first time they welcomed real tourists. The villagers knew that if something went wrong, the Dongzhu would be unhappy. Let's take a look. Another person said. The tourists entered the village. The main road of the village was also a cement road. There was no feces or other things in the courtyards on both sides. Firewood and coal were covered with straw curtains. Dogs were tied in kennels. There were no poultry or livestock. They entered a courtyard at random and went to a room that was open to the public. It was clean and there was no extra things. There was a fragrance. Fragrant, the house is fragrant. Someone sniffed and said. Toilet water was sprayed. The villager said honestly, Okay, so this is the smell of toilet water. These rich people finally knew the smell of toilet water. It was not easy. The tourists started to choose their houses and then ordered. There was a special canteen in the village. Whatever the guests ordered, it was immediately prepared. The adults ate well. The children did not eat much. They ate skewers and soup until they were full. After eating, some people left directly and went back. Some went to the ice rink to play. When the sky was getting dark, the people who played went to the village to rest. The villagers brought them wooden basins to warm their feet, tea and snacks. They ate late lunch and could not eat dinner. In the middle of the night, the wind whistled outside and snow fell. Some tourists who stayed could not sleep well. It was too strange, especially the bed. It actually had legs and was propped up. When they heard the wind, they felt stuffy. They put on their clothes and went out to take a look. They saw lanterns and people. They thought the villagers were going to rob them. Then they heard movement. It's snowing. Here, a separate stove. Add firewood, don't add coal. If it gets hot, it won't be easy to remove the fire. See if you can pour out the smoke. Don't smoke people. Keep an eye on it. Prepare the ginseng calming soup. Dongzhu said something about the change of air pressure and different living environment. In addition, the children play during the day and the ice surface is bright. It is easy to faint. See which family's child is crying. Send it quickly. The people standing at the door heard these words. He was stunned. It turned out that the village chief really did what he said. He did not have to worry about anything when he moved in. The ginseng calming soup was also cooked. If no one drank it, would it be a waste? He shook his head and smiled. He turned back and lay down again. He found it was very peaceful and fell asleep in a moment. The light snow stopped in the morning. The winter sun was extra bright today. The villagers smiled and asked everyone to get up. They brought hot water, towels, soap, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. More than one of the tourists knew the situation yesterday. They whispered to each other. When they looked at the honest faces of the villagers, they felt very happy. Chapter 177. Pei Yaoqing and Fan AI also came out from the same house. They stayed the night in case something happened. At the same time, they wanted to see how the tourism model was developed and organize it in the county. The tourists greeted them one after another. They wanted to continue playing today, especially learning how to skate and participating in competitions to win prizes. Yesterday, they smelled the toilet water. It was indeed comfortable. Ming Mansion, you brought us to the village. Good, it's really good. Last night This person told them what he heard and saw. Someone beside him echoed, the village even prepared ginseng calming soup. That's really expensive. That's true. You can rest assured in the village. Another person said, Pei. Yaoqing smiled and nodded. He thought to himself, the village prepared the ginseng calming soup for you because they were worried that the children would have convulsions and would have to trouble Li Dongzhu in the middle of the night. Without the soup, you will be fine. But if you suddenly fall ill, you will have to call Li Yi. As for the ginseng calming soup, ginseng is not a good ginseng. There are 2 pharmacies. The worst of the worst pharmacies will make the soup for you. Do you think they will throw it away? Today, Zhuangzi's canteen will probably have chicken, duck, goose, and other dishes stewed with the calming soup. Then, he saw a villager put a pot on the tourist bus and drove to Zhuangzi. There was no need to look. The thing in the pot was definitely the calming soup. It was given by Li Yi and would be taken back to cook. The tourists had breakfast in the village. Pei Yaoqing and Fan AI went to the canteen. When they arrived, Li Yi was waiting at the door. Brother Pei, Master Fan, did you have a good night last night? Good. I don't want to get up in the morning. I can't wait to sleep until noon. Pei Yaoqing moved his arms and said, Fan AI was the most direct. Where's the soup? Where's the ginseng calming soup? Take it to cook the lamb spine. It's snowing and the weather is cold. Give it to the children in Zhuangzi. They like to eat bones. As expected, Li Yi spoke out their guesses and turned them into dishes. The 3 of them went in and chose their own breakfast. When they returned to a table, Pei Yaoqing asked, Brother Yi, you know that Chang, and is not only in Chang'an City but also in the surrounding villages. If we do it according to Zhang's village's method, where do we need to think? Your elder brother wants to copy it, especially the price. If you're not from a rich family, can you give people different prices to play? Li Yi looked at Pei Yaoqing and smiled. Pei Yaoqing felt a little guilty and was about to say something when Li Yi nodded. Brother Pei is concerned about some outsiders. It's not easy to live in Chang, and so it's difficult to find lodging. Therefore, they wanted to unite the surrounding villages and have a unified management model. It's no longer like in the past where outsiders have to find a place to stay. Some people spend more money and know that others have less money. Naturally, they feel resentful. Li Yi revealed Pei Yaoqing's purpose. Pei Yaoqing did not blush and said calmly, Yes, Brother Yi, can you teach me? We need to set up a tourism supervision department to regulate the tourism industry, give each village an evaluation, and then issue a brand. Li Yi was going to teach Pei Yaoqing how to design a scenic spot and how many stars it had. For example, when the Zhang family's village finished building the new buildings next year, the other services would naturally be given 5 stars. Specifics. Pei Yaoqing did not feel that there was anything wrong with asking this. I'll make a copy for Brother Pei after dinner. It's a good opportunity to regulate the surrounding villages of Chang and improve the living environment of the local people. Li knew what to do. He used tourism to ask the other villages to improve their hygiene. Some habits that should not be there had to be changed. At the same time, he had to learn how to treat people. In this way, fewer people would fall sick. Of course, their toilets could not afford to use raw paper, and they could not build their own paper-making workshop. Therefore, he had to think of a way to improve the toilet paper. At least it had to be a one-time use item. They could not wash it after using it or even thinking about it. Li Yi shook his head hard and quickly threw the bad thoughts out. He ate. After dinner, he went to see Jia Jinshan. There was only one person in the inpatient department. The village resident was a little uncomfortable. Li Yi took a look at him and then poured a bowl of Chinese medicine down his throat. After giving medical advice, he adjusted his diet and rest, and that was it. Li Yi did not prescribe Western medicine casually in the pharmacy. It was a waste of time. Perhaps it was because he had never used antibiotics before, but after 3 injections of penicillin, Jia Jinshan's condition quickly improved. When he woke up early in the morning, his temperature was less than 38 degrees Celsius. After coughing and spitting, he ate ambroxyl hydrochloride and spat it out smoothly. Jia Jinshan was in good condition. He drank goat's milk, ate egg pancakes, and chewed cucumbers and pickled vegetables. He was full of praise for Li Yi. Today, he did not pretend to be dependent on others. Through his own improvement, he already knew the Tang dynasty's attitude toward the Shadowaa people. This was the only miracle doctor who could treat his illness. Yesterday, his son went to Zhuangzi to look around the places that he was allowed to see. When he came back, he reported what he had seen and heard. He could not believe that this was a Zhuangzi. Not only did the village residents live a good life, but they also took care of more than 3,000 outsiders at the same time. They owned several large workshops, burned their own ceramics, made their own paper, and had countless good things. In particular, he heard that all kinds of good farming tools were made by Dongzhu. If he took this young man back, the Tang dynasty would probably launch a punitive expedition. No matter how many people died, they must take this young man back. If he was killed, Jia Jinshan could not help but tremble. He could not think about the extermination of his clan. Li Yi did not know what he was thinking. He took a look and continued to maintain his composure. He returned to the courtyard to write a travel management plan for Pei Yaoqing. At 9 in the morning, he handed over a dozen pieces of paper to Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing did not wait for lunch and left with Fan AI. He went back to study Li Yi's plan and then think about how to operate it. At noon, Li Qingqi rushed over with a lot of chopped watermelon skins, mixed with Glauber salt. "Brother Yi, I don't have many sandboxes. I can't hold them all. I'll send them to you." Li Qingqi pointed at the baskets and said, "Find Songda and ask him to arrange for someone to pick us up." Li Yi told Hien, "Thank you, brother." Li Yi was happy. He could make a lot of watermelon cream. With other things, he could make lozenges in summer. "Brother Yi, my football field has been built. I've made 4 football teams in Chang, and they're practicing according to the rules you mentioned. I've also made the free advertising banners." Li Qingqi introduced the large-scale entertainment activities in the Tang dynasty. Now they only lacked a game. You can't charge money for the rice and warm soup for the first game. Ask someone to make bamboo tubes. Use the bamboo tubes to store the soup and paper bags to store the rice. Li Yi was also very interested in the football game. Playing football could train many parts of the body. The promotion of Kuju was not good. They could not organize a decent game. Only during holidays would they organize an official game. Usually it was an entertainment for the rich. It had nothing to do with ordinary people. If a football game was played, ordinary people would also talk about it and play along. Li Qingqi did not want to make money in the first game. He said, "I'll listen to Brother Yi." The two talked and entered the cafeteria. "Brother Yi, Chinese New Year is coming. Are you still going to celebrate Chinese New Year in Zhuangzi?" Li Qingqi thought of a question. He wanted to celebrate Chinese New Year with Li Yi. He felt that it would be lively. However, if he brought his family, his identity would be exposed. "It's going to be Chinese New Year again. Last year, I was busy with the matters in Zhuangzi. I didn't have much money. This year, do you want to play with firecrackers?" Li Yi thought of something. Fireworks and firecrackers. Since there was still some time, should he make them and set them off at night? Chapter 178. Li Yi did not plan to sell guns directly as his smelting skills were not up to standard. He now had nitroglycerin, which he made himself to treat cardiovascular diseases. He could not exchange everything with the system. He could make it himself to save his life. Moreover, The root of the problem of the Tang dynasty was not the lack of weapons. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were very good at fighting. The Mo Dao army was like a wall. The thing I made will make crackling sounds. When it flies to the sky, it will explode into a beautiful flower. Li Yi introduced the firecrackers and fireworks. He planned to add salt and Glauber salt to the fireworks. Under high temperature, it could change color. Li Qingqi did not know that the thing made by the person sitting in front of him was a big killing machine. He was looking forward to the beautiful fireworks. Brother E, if this is the case, you don't need to burn the bamboo? He liked to play. Put saltpeter together with other things, boom. Li Yi introduced. I know, but the fireworks are not big and there is no crackling sound. It's better to sprinkle salt on the bamboo. Li Qingqi said another kind of firecracker. He could play with sprinkling salt because he had money and status. Of course, making firecrackers and fireworks also consumed a lot of materials. Mine is good, but you need to control it properly to avoid injury or fire. Li Yi said another trouble. For example, the second kick should be placed horizontally, or the first kick should be caught in the hand and thrown out to listen to the second kick. Those who had accidents were those who thought nothing was wrong. Brother E, you do it. I'll wait for you to play. Li Qingqi did not want to know about the technical matters. After dinner, Li Qingqi was not in a hurry to go back. He ran to the ice rink to learn how to skate. Li Yi went to the workshop with his hands behind his back to find someone to make firecrackers. Zhuangzi always had saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. If the purity was not enough, it would need to be purified. Others would make a paste to make the firecrackers carrier. Manual paper rollers and weaving machines were needed. When filling the medicine, a bundle would be used. The medicine would be poured directly on the bundle and then smoothed out before proceeding to the next step. When making the twisted medicine, it would be directly woven into the silk thread and inserted one by one. It took Li Yi half an hour to explain the process and the most important safety precautions as he drew it. The firecrackers workshop was moved to the furthest position, and there was no other building around it. The people who went in were not allowed to wear fur clothes. They had to cover their heads with a hat, spray water on their oiled clothes, and use metal rods to touch back and forth to dispel static. First, find out the suitable ratio for this batch and distribute it separately. Every time they used it, they would adjust it. Needless to say, the craftsmen all knew about fire. This included the cotton workshop, down mill, wool workshop, woodworking workshop, papermaking workshop, and so on. Everyone strictly abided by this. Who doesn't guard? The first warning, the second warning, the second warning, the martial arts world, not saying goodbye. So far, not a single family had been chased out. Every day, the villagers would take the initiative to memorize the rules. Sometimes they would dream of violating the rules and wake up in fright, breaking out in cold sweat. They all understood that once they left Zhuangzi, they would have nothing, even if Dongzhu said that he would give them some severance pay. Those who had mastered the technology were more worried about whether they could make it to other places alive. That's pretty much it. If you don't understand the details, don't try blindly. Ask me. Then our goal is... At this point, Li Yi stopped. The craftsmen shouted together, "Safety first, safety first, safety first." Very good. Li Yi left satisfied. He went to the inpatient building and gave Jia Jinshan an intravenous drip. It was time. Do you have a fever? Li Yi asked Jia Jinshan's son Jia Fugua. When I just finished eating, it was 38. 7 degrees. Now it's 38. 2 degrees. Jia Fugua was very clear about his father's situation. His father had already abdicated and was preparing to retire in Chang. If his father lived long, it would also be good for him. Besides, who would want their father to die? It wasn't like they were fighting for the position or that their father wanted to kill them. Because I provide steamed buns and rice plus a lot of meat dishes, it provides a lot of calories. In the process of treatment, It won't do if you don't supplement enough protein and fat. If you supplement, you will accumulate calories. The whole process must be balanced. The best way is to eat mutton, but I'm worried that it will be too much. Li Yi explained to the patient's family that his medicine and food were also medicine. His Chinese medicine, post-operative care, was famous abroad. Zhuya Fugua listened carefully. It was also a kind of learning. This was a miracle doctor. Don't look at his age. He wasn't very old, but he was also the leader of a tribe. Li Yi gave Zhuya Jinshan an injection and listened to his breathing. Continue to maintain a good mood. The room is too dry. Spray some water and let your father walk around. Don't stop eating watermelon, cucumber, and cantaloupe. How many days will he be discharged? Zhuya Fugua learned a new term in the inpatient department. Not many days. Your father's health is good. It's just pneumonia. It's a small illness. Li Yi's tone was emotional. He believed that if he shook his head and sighed and came back at night, his fever would definitely reach 39 degrees. He understood the patient's feelings. Just like the coachman who pulled out the tooth, he said it was very simple. In the end, after the anesthetic, the tooth was pulled out. The place where the tooth was pulled out healed, but the place where the anesthetic was injected was still swollen. The coachman was very resentful, but it had already been pulled out. What else could he do? That was a wisdom tooth. Li Yi was regretful that it was not allowed to be inserted. He liked to insert teeth for people. Every time he inserted a tooth for free, he thought that he had made a lot of money. The people in the Imperial Medical Department knew how to insert teeth, but the inlay materials were expensive. There was mercury. If it was missed, it would be a medical accident. He made teeth for the villagers and the elderly in the families of 42 students. It was porcelain. His own equipment was not brought to the kiln. He added silver and gold. In the past, he did not buy porcelain equipment in his dental clinic. It was too expensive. Usually, after seeing the patient, he took a sample and went to a large porcelain factory for processing. It was very cheap. He used computers to match the mold and then made it in batches. His equipment was small and needed some manual adjustment, so he was willing to do it. After he was proficient, he could insert teeth for the rich people of the Tang dynasty. How could the teeth made by the Imperial Medical Department be better than his? Ordinary people in the Imperial Medical Department could not find dental implants. They were all dentists on the market. Some even used materials, such as ivory and hard bones. It was said that there were dead people's teeth. Li had not seen them before. Thinking about the dental implants, Li Yi looked at Zhuya Jinshan's teeth. Very good. At least 3 teeth should be inserted and 3 teeth should be added. The other 2 teeth were too soft. It was not good to put them on. If the texture was not firm enough, it was likely to drill into the nerves. When the pneumonia is better in a few days, I will fix your teeth again. If you think it is good, you can bring it over when you go to Chang'an. I will give you a cheaper price. Li Yi said to Zhuya Fugua. He decided to put in some effort to get the old man's teeth done, well, to advertise. You want money? Zhuya Fugua was stunned. What are you talking about? How can you ask for free? Oh, if your immediate family doesn't want it, other people will give you a discount. But I know. I have a card. Zhuya Fugua expressed that he understood. Oh, I see. I will wash your teeth tomorrow. Big customer. Li Yi reached out and shook Zhuya Fugua's right hand. Then he left, leaving Zhuya Fugua in a daze. Chapter 179. Why isn't Brother Wang here yet? Li Yi missed Wang Xing after he finished suturing in the autopsy room. He had learned everything he needed to learn as a cadaver. He could not suture anymore. If he did not send a new cadaver, he would not be able to learn anything tomorrow. Li Yi felt that his skills were improving rapidly. He watched videos while operating. The only problem was that cadavers did not have heartbeat, blood pressure, or brain waves. He could not learn how to operate when there was bleeding. He could not use living people, even if they were sentenced to death and should be beheaded or hanged. He could not use them to learn while they were still alive. I don't know if anyone in the prison is sick. I can help treat them. If I don't treat them, they will die. If I treat them, they may live. If they die, they can't blame me. I've tried my best. Li Yi was thinking about the people in prison. Should he look for Pei Yaoqing, the Chang'an commander? Li Yi should be satisfied. Which medical student had so many cadavers to learn from? However, he still wanted to work on living bodies, so that the cadavers would not bleed. After cleaning up the autopsy room, Li Yi went to have dinner gloomily. Brother, Yi, can we just find a place to water the ice rink? Li Qingqi did not leave. Looking at his clothes, it was obvious that he had been in close contact with the ice. Brother, do you want ice skates? I'll take a few sets with me. Li Yi did not look happy at all. Brother Yi, did something bad happen? Li Qingqi felt it and asked with concern. I don't know why, but I suddenly think of the people in prison. Some of them are sick and I feel sad. It was not a capital offense, but they died in prison. If they can be treated, wouldn't it show the strictness of the Tang dynasty's laws? Li Yi decided to find away from his brother. Brother Yi, do you want to treat people in prison? Why not go to the city? Li Qingqi was puzzled. It's mainly because my skills are not good enough. I'm afraid that I'll kill people in the city and replace them with people in prison. Li Yi told the truth. Half of what he said was true. The other half was that he was worried that many people would come to him for treatment if he became famous in the city. He did not have time to train doctors. He only taught 42 students other knowledge. A large group of people came to him for treatment. Should he treat them? Some people brought their families over and knelt for a long time without getting up. In the middle of winter, they collapsed again. Li Qingqi was worried. Should he think of a solution? If he participated, he would be in charge of political affairs. Would third brother think too much about it? He gritted his teeth and was just about to agree when Songda ran over. Dongzhu, there's an old man here with 6 servants. He says he wants to see you. Come over. It's not like I'm invisible. Li said. He said that he's not familiar with it and wants you to show him around, including eating. Songda was in a difficult position. He asked Brother Yi to accompany him. So Brother Yi will accompany him? Who did he think he was? Songda, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're tormenting your family's Dongzhu just because of an old one? Li Qingqi was not happy. He directly scolded Songda, even though he was not qualified to scold the steward. It's not Steward Song's fault. I'm not feeling well and need someone to help me. Steward, please understand that I'm old. A voice full of energy came from outside. When Li Yi heard the voice, his first thought was that the old man's legs were not well and not that he was sick. With this voice, he felt that he could sing a bass. However, Li Qingqi trembled. What a familiar voice. Oh my God, what did I say just now? He got up and went to the door. When he saw the person who came, he revealed a distressed expression. Isn't this Big Li from Sixley Village? I've seen you before. You might not know me. My surname is Mu, and my name is Cheng Shi. Cheng as in inheritance, and Shi as in sunset. The old man said to Li Qingqi, Is that so? I do look a little familiar. Li Qingqi adjusted his expression as fast as he could and said to the old man. Li Yi also walked over and sized up the old man. This bearing, when he looked at the old man, his expression was calm and his gaze was indifferent. There was a sense of benevolence. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth, making people feel very comfortable. When it came to this expression, Li Yi had naturally practiced it before. When dealing with patients, he had to adjust his expression at the right time. Sometimes he had to be dignified, so the patient needed a backbone. Sometimes he had to be easygoing, so the patient was afraid that the illness was serious and would need to spend more money. Sometimes he had to communicate with the patient like a friend, propose several treatment plans, and try to let the patient choose the best one. Otherwise, if the patient was already emotional and mocking and scornful, it would be easy for the patient to bleed. I heard that Li Dongzhu is young, but I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I'm Mu Qingxi. I have a small village. I know that Li Dongzhu's place is good, so I came to take a look." When the old man spoke, his rhythm was very good. It made people not want to interrupt. "Have you eaten?" Li Yi looked into the old man's eyes. In the end, he saw a smile, the kind of smile for a junior. Li Yi felt awkward and comfortable at the same time. It was very contradictory. "I haven't eaten. I just went to your Zhuangzi's canteen to eat. I brought some things, 10 cattle. They're a little thin and not fat. Li Dongzhu will think of ways to make them strong." The old man said to Li Yi that he had come to give him a gift, 10 cattle. Li Yi did not want to be rewarded without doing anything. He said, "How about this, old man? Of the 10 cattle, I'll keep 2. As for the other 8, I'll send them back after a month's time." He decided to make them fat. If the cattle were thin, they needed to be strong in the current season. He had to put in a lot of fine ingredients. "We'll talk about the cattle later. I'm hungry." The old man did not refuse or agree. "All right. What do you like to eat, old man?" Li Yi asked. "Let's take a look." The old man put his hands behind his back. The 6 servants followed him. The old man stopped and turned around. "You can choose by yourselves. Don't follow me." The 6 people showed hesitation at the same time. They nodded and split up to look for food. The old man picked up a few dishes from the plate and asked Li Yi, "Do you have qing fong?" "It's not good to eat qing fong at night." Li Yi refused to provide stinky tofu. "Then forget it." The old man did not insist. He held the plate in one hand and the bowl of soup in the other. He was quite steady. He walked naturally to the table where Li Yi and Li Qingqi were eating and sat at the table next to them. Li Yi did not care. The old man took 10 cattle. He would wait and see what he wanted. If he could not do it, he would rather not take the cattle. Li Qingqi was a little reserved. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. "Where were we just now?" "Yes, let's talk." Brother E, I'm here. I guess you're almost done. This time." Li Dongzhu, I'm here to ask about Zhuangzi." Wang Xing ran over and said. When he saw the old man, he tried hard to turn his eyes away. "Great, do you want to talk now?" Li was happy. The cadaver came. "At night, it's not dark yet. Let's talk by candlelight." Wang Xing found an excuse. "Yes, Supervisor Wang, let's eat together." Li Yi brought Wang Xing to the table. Wang Xing walked unnaturally. The 2 of them left, leaving Li Qingqi, the palace maid, the eunuch, and the old man. The palace maid and the eunuch did not know what to say. Li Qingqi frowned. "I'm just here to take a look and check your bones," the old man said. "Yes, check. You should have come earlier," Li Qingqi said respectfully. He even looked annoyed, as if he should have asked for the check himself. "You're like this when your 3rd brother comes?" The old man was not satisfied with Li Qingqi's state. "How can it be the same? Have you eaten lunch? If you haven't, don't eat first. Brother, he needs an empty stomach to draw blood." Li Qingqi suddenly remembered something and said, "I've eaten. I won't eat tomorrow morning. I'll stay here today," the old man said. Then I'll stay here too." Li Qingqi made his choice. He wanted to go to the football field to take a look, but the football field was not as serious as the current situation. Chapter 180. Li Yi and Wang Xing came back. Wang Xing lowered his head and ate. He did not dare to say or ask anything. Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi is beautiful and the food is delicious. The old man praised as he ate the stewed goose in the iron pot. Li Yi was more enthusiastic for the sake of Niu Niu. Elder Mu, the bigger the pot, the more fragrant the stew. A small pot can't make that kind of taste. Use yam to stew. The yam can absorb some of the soup and taste better. Then why don't you ask me to eat yam? The old man asked. It's late. Yam is not easy to digest. It's not suitable for children and elders. Li Yi told him tactfully that he was too old. After eating yam, he would get a stomachache and indigestion. Why don't you let me eat the big pot of pickled cabbage? The old man always had questions. Pickled cabbage is also not easy to digest. After eating pickled cabbage, it will be black tomorrow morning when it's convenient for you. Since you gave me 10 cows, I have to take a look. If it's black, I can't judge it. It will interfere with the examination. Li Yi was still tactful. He wanted to check the old man's body. Why else would he give him cows? At least there was a possibility for him to take a look. The food you serve me doesn't seem to be full. The old man continued to pester. If it was a doctor who did not know the old man's identity, he would be angry. Why do you have so many problems? Li Yi was still calm. He was an old man and there were no other patients. He could just say it. Then he said, under normal circumstances, it takes 4 to 6 hours for the stomach to be empty. If you lie down, it will take longer. At the same time, the gastric acid secretion will increase and the stomach's peristalsis will accelerate. One is not good for the cardiovascular system. The other is that the more you eat at night, the hungrier you will be the next morning. The gastric acid stimulates the gastric mucosa and makes people hungry. Tomorrow morning, I will give you a blood test on an empty stomach. In order not to make you uncomfortable, you will eat less at night. Li Yi said a few words, regardless of whether the old man could understand. Good young man, Dongzhu. The old man smiled with satisfaction. He was very happy. Sure enough, he was gentle, not anxious, not servile or overbearing. The most important thing was that he was very skilled. He actually paid so much attention to the process of scooping rice. Li Yi was the first to finish eating, and Wang Xing also hurriedly finished it in 2 mouthfuls. The 2 of them went out. After a while, Li Yi came back alone. Wang Xing did not follow him. Where's Supervisor Wang? Li Qingqi asked. He went back and said that he would be back in a while. Li said. Wang Xing indeed had to leave with the 2 cadavers who had just finished teaching. If he buried them back, he would have to burn some paper offerings. This time he brought 4 fresh ones. The weather was cold, so they wouldn't spoil after a few days. He dug them out as soon as they were buried. Now he and the few people who worked with him were getting more and more experienced. He knew how to recite both types of Buddhist sutras. He knew how to light candles and burn paper money. He also remembered which family he was from. Then he would pay a certain amount of attention to them. If someone in that family fell ill, he would bring them to Zhuangzi for Li Yi to take a look. For those who did not live well, they would find an excuse to give them money and food. Only by doing this would he not have nightmares at night. At this time, the old man put down his chopsticks. There wasn't much left. He wanted to go out, so several people followed him. It was already late outside. There weren't enough methane lamps, so they hung up big red lanterns. They had to be red. White lanterns were for the dead. To prevent the wind from blowing, 2 ropes were fixed under the big red lanterns. His 6 sidekicks appeared like ghosts. Li Qingqi glared at them, and the 6 of them spread out slightly. A few of Li Qingqi's men also came over. They were not far away, holding short crossbows. The farmer didn't understand the situation, so 4 veterans came over with round shields and swords in their hands. Disperse. I don't see you guys being so loyal. Seeing this, the old man knew that something was going to happen, so he said in a deep voice. The 6 of them spread out to the side. Li Qingqi waved his hand, and his men also hid. Li Yi nodded slightly. The 4 veterans went into the darkness, where the lanterns couldn't shine. On the rooftop, which was 50 to 100 steps away, the other veterans put away their crossbows. Previously, they felt the pressure of the 6 people brought by the old man, so they went back to find them. They were all prepared. As for the guards of Dongzhu's sworn brother, they were already familiar with them. Brother Yi, let's go and see the cows. Li Qingqi found a topic. Okay. The old man made a nasal sound. Skinny? Don't worry, they'll be fine after a while. Li Yi was very concerned about the cows. Zhuangzi relied on the cows for farming. Next year, they would plow the fields with a large number of cows. Every day they managed to get, they would have more chances to deal with the disaster. There were many lanterns around the place where the 10 cows stayed. The 10 cows were eating grass, green grass, and alfalfa with all their might. They were cut from the greenhouse. Some farmers looked at the cows with pity. How can they bear to starve the cows until they're so skinny? They're so pitiful. They're so heartless. The cows are crying while eating grass. How many days have they not eaten good grass? They're not as good as the cows in Zhuangzi. They're much worse. Don't be afraid. We can eat as much as we want in Zhuangzi in the future. The farmers talked. Li Chengqi looked at the old man. Where did you get the cows? The old man glared at him. You're so nosy. It's good enough that you have cows. Li Chengqi shrunk his neck and continued to look at him. How much did you pay for them? The old man moved them. They were cheap, less than half the price of the other cows. Li Chengqi, you dare to buy them? The old man, so what if I did? Li Chengqi, nothing, I'm just asking. Li Yi walked around the 10 cows and frowned. Why are they all skinny? Is it an infectious disease? Are they deliberately starving themselves? He walked around twice and returned to his original position. Elder Mu, do the cows come together? Yes. The old man nodded. Don't feed them now. Let's go up the slope. Li Yi ordered. The farmers immediately led the cows to higher places, especially the steep slopes in Zhuangzi. Sprinkle lime on the path the cows have walked. Li Yi said again. Someone ran to transport the lime on a flatbed cart and sprinkled it with lanterns. The cows exerted their strength as soon as they went up the slope and excreted their feces and urine. Li Yi went back to the courtyard and changed into a white coat and a mask. He brought some tools with him. He collected the cow dung and injected the cows with needles to draw their blood. He went back to the courtyard with the tools. After a full 45 minutes, Li Yi appeared again. This time he was not wearing a white coat. Who fed the cows? I thought they were sick. It's just a lack of trace elements. Aren't they afraid of infecting other animals? Li Yi seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually talking to the people around him. Brother Yi, are the cows sick? Li Chengqi was concerned. They were bought at half the price. Brother, don't worry. They lack B12. Song Da, bring the green tea and fermented bean cakes here. Oh, there's no salt. Bring the fermented bean curd here too. Li Yi asked someone to choose food for the cows. They needed to replenish B12. The feces test did not find anything harmful. The blood test showed a lack of B12. Song Da did not do it himself. He asked Li Yi again. Do you still want to feed the cows the grass? No. It contains too much water. Eat it with the green tea and fermented bean cakes. The feces is too diluted. It's not easy to chew it. Bring some barley and add some salt. It's not a big problem to change to other fodder after feeding it for 2 days. If it doesn't work, I can still give them needles. Soon the food was brought over. He fed the cows again. This time, the cows instinctively lowered their heads and ate fiercely. They wagged their tails and looked very happy. The onlookers cheered and celebrated for the cows. Dong Zhu had found the disease. The cows were strong and would have strength to work in the coming year. Good skill, the old man said sincerely. Of course. Brother Yi is good at treating people. It's just a thin cow. It's not a problem to nourish it. Even if it's sick, Brother Yi can still cure it. Li Chengqi was a little proud. Chapter 181. As the cows ate, the farmers began to scrub the cows with lime water. The cows were not tied up, but they did not hide. Occasionally, when they felt comfortable, they would move, indicating that they should continue to scrub there. It was itchy. The farmers understood this very well. The others continued to scrub the other parts of the cows, and some of them even scrubbed the positions given by the cows themselves. After they were done with the lime water, they scrubbed with soap water and then clean water. Someone wiped the cows with a cloth, afraid that they would freeze. The 10 cows lowered their heads and ate with all their might. First, they ate into their stomachs, and when they were free, they poured it out and chewed slowly. The farmers seemed to know what the cows were thinking. Eat, they would feed them. All kinds of feed were not mixed together. They were separated, and the cows could choose for themselves. Animals had instincts. They would know how to eat whatever they needed after tasting it. Unless they were mixed with concentrated and coarse materials, the cows would not eat coarse materials at all. Now all the food was good stuff. Green tea, fermented bean cakes, half-finished fermented bean curd without salt, and barley with coarse salt. The cows were too busy. They ate 2 mouthfuls of one, and then another. If they wanted to watch, they could watch. If they wanted to touch, they could touch. In any case, they ate first. Li spoke at this moment. Some people don't know how to raise these cows. The main thing is many beans were used to extract oil. The people who raised the cows thought that if they didn't eat beans, they would eat other things. In fact, when the beans are fried, they will naturally ferment in the cows' stomachs. The cows will chew them and swallow them again, further fermenting them. Thus, they can replenish the trace elements that the cows need. In fact, if they can provide grass, the same effect can be achieved. Li spoke from the perspective of biology, microbiology, and medicine. It was easy for a doctor to learn veterinary medicine. How many years had it been in veterinary medicine? A doctor's graduate would be a junior doctor. If they wanted to get started, they would have to learn from scratch. The knowledge in textbooks was far from practical practice. How many in turn doctoral students were looked down upon by nurses? A doctor's degree was the starting point in medicine. It was too far away from doctorates in other disciplines. Others did not know Li Yi's helplessness, powerlessness, pride, and persistence. What they saw was the cows eating happily. Dongzhu stood there with a compassionate look on his face. He also pitied the cows. "Kid, go take a look at your Zhuangzi's livestock," the old man suddenly said. "Li Yi, am I that familiar with you? You're calling me a kid? Don't you know what the 10 cows you sent are like? The physical functions of the 10 cows are so bad that I need to do a blood test. If it were a person, I would be ready to inject vitamins." Li Yi thought and took a deep breath. "I won't lower myself to your level." "Yes, brother Yi, let's go check on the other livestock," Li Qingqi said. "It's so late at night. Let's see." Li Yi gave the old man face. He was not going to return 8 of the 10 cows to the old man. At most, they would see what diseases the old man had. They would treat those that could be treated directly, and those that could not be treated directly would be alleviated. A group of people left the cows that were enjoying themselves and went to the farm to take a look. In the farm, the sheep were kept in a large shed. There were 20 sheep pens with an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, all of which were exchanged for by selling soy sauce and other things. There were fewer cows, but the number of cows was also small. There were also calves following beside the cows. There were fire ducts, so the shed was warm. The fences of the shed were not closed, so if anyone wanted to go out for a stroll, there was also a large fence outside. Some of the cows and sheep felt that it was too hot, so they came out to cool down before going back. The standard of the stables was higher. Each horse had one place. They could stand if they wanted to, and there was a special place for them to lie on their side. Seeing people coming, the horses that were sleeping with their eyes closed moved their ears. They opened their eyes to take a look and went back to sleep. The pigs in the pig farm were sleeping and snoring, rubbing their heads on the dry grass from time to time. There were students holding books and guarding all the places. Under the light of the biogas lamp, the students looked for a while and then got up to take a stroll. There are 220 students in charge of taking care of the livestock and poultry. There's no need to look at the poultry. The chickens are already on the rack, and the ducks and geese are also huddled together. Li Qingqi said to the old man. He did not want to disturb the chickens. If the roosters woke up, they would crow, and then the dogs might also bark. It was fine for those who were on duty, but those who were off duty and sleeping felt uncomfortable. Are the students willing to work? The old man stood beside a student and asked Li Yi. Li Yi pursed his lips. Can't you just ask the students directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Sure enough, the student said, at first I was not willing to work. But when I came, I said that if I did not work, I would not have a place to stay and no food to eat. When I came to Zhuangzi, the work was very hard. Later, I learned how to work and found it quite interesting. In the future, even if I am not able to learn, I can go back and take care of myself. Also, Dongzhu knows many people. The manager said that the ice skater is now a rich person, and there will be officials in the future. When the time comes, we will go over and pay tribute. It will be better than staying in the temple. The temple will also recommend people, but there are too few people who can be recommended. There is also no meat to eat. The temple does not care about studying at night and oil money. The student himself did not know what was going on. When he heard the old man's question, he wanted to answer. Li Yi knew that it was in the field of psychology. Just like how he treated patients, the resonance and frequency of the old man's voice, as well as the rhythm of his speech, gave ordinary people a hint. Of course, it was useless to him. He pursued the essence. Okay. The old man nodded with his hands behind his back and turned to another place. The student felt that he had been encouraged. Kid, the old man said to Li Yi. What? Li Yi ruined the atmosphere with one sentence. What does aura have to do with me? Li Qingqi held back his laughter. Even his third brother was calm. You are older, but you have to see who you are facing. Write a poem based on what you have seen and heard, the old man said. No. Li Yi despised him. Do I have nothing to do? The sky is so dark. How can I write a poem after seeing the animals? Hurry up and go to sleep. There will be a series of examinations tomorrow. I will be busy and so will you. I will not even give you 1 out of 10 cows. Treat it as the examination fee. Do you think that the previous CT examination fee was low? When I save more life, I will change to an MRI. I will keep 90% of my life and exchange the remaining 10% for things. I hope to promote it next year. Today, it is only used in the capital. The old man seemed to have been rejected so directly for the first time. He looked at Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi secretly spread his hands. Don't be like this. What can I do? Why do you have to make me write a poem? Your couplet is not bad. The old man did not make things difficult for Li Qingqi. He saw Meng Ying, who was coldly facing thousands of people's censure, bowing his head and willing to be an ox. Brother Yi, this is indeed good. I came here looking at it that day. Li Qingqi recalled with endless emotions. That day, he heard a group of children reciting the 1,000-character classic, a Zhuangzi. The crisp sound of the recitation was shocking. Actually, it is. What do you want from the imperial canopy? Before you dare to turn over, you have already met your head. A broken hat conceals one's face as one passes through the busy city. A leaky boat carries wine in the middle of the river, coldly facing thousands of people's censure, bowing his head and willing to be an ox, hiding in a small building to unify. I don't care about winter, summer, spring, and autumn. Li finally said it. This poem was 7 lines. The first line was rhymed, and the beginning of the poem was flat. Of course, this poem was not in the strictest style. It followed the rules of 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, and 6. The key was that this poem had a high artistic conception, especially the 2 couplets. The old man was satisfied and looked at Li Qingqi with a smile. Li Qingqi did not care. Wasn't it normal for Brother Yi to write poems? So he asked, Brother Yi, have you buried the original work? Yes. I guarantee that no one will jump out and say that it was written by him. Otherwise, I will bury it again. Li Yi cooperated. Chapter 182. The faint candlelight danced, casting a clear shadow. Feng Erjin sighed softly and said, After the dispute, the heart is at ease as if it was yesterday. Outstanding talent can support the 9 provinces. Hearing the words of Li Yi and Li Qingqi, the old man smiled. He had heard of Li Yi's works. Every masterpiece was copied. He was about to speak when the student put down his book and went to the place where the fodder was stored to push the cart to feed the horses. Feed the horses now. The old man looked at Li Yi. The farmers train the horses during the day. It has been more than 4 hours since the last feeding. Feed them again. Look at the horses' feces. Once the food is almost digested, feed them. Zhuangzi doesn't lack horse food. Li Yi said casually. The old man nodded in agreement. It doesn't cost a lot to eat grass. Li Qingqi. Oh my God, it doesn't cost a lot to eat grass? You're really my father. An average family of 5 was raised by a warhorse, and it didn't even take 2 years for the family to fall apart. Warhorses are not allowed to work and can only be trained. Yes, Li Yi echoed. There was no need to explain to the old man how much a warhorse would eat in a day. What salt, pepper, beans, eggs, grass, and grains, yes. When there are more carrots, I will feed them. Somewhere else. The old man wanted to take a stroll. Rest early today. You can't drink tea when you are thirsty at night. You can only drink a small cup of water. Li Yi advised. I have to sleep too. The old man was not satisfied, but he still agreed. For the sake of the 10 cows, he arranged a small courtyard for the old man alone. Li Yi went back to take a bath and sleep. At the second watch period, someone went to call Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi went directly to him, sleeping in his clothes. Father, can't sleep? The 2 of them sat at the table facing each other. The flame swayed. After a moment of silence, Li Qingqi spoke. Yes, I have. My dreams are disturbing and remind me of the past. If Li Yi was here at that time, I wonder. When the old man mentioned Li Yi, he hesitated. Li Qingqi shook his head. How old was Li Yi at that time? He arrived in Zhuangzi last year. Indeed, it was because of you that I came out for your 3rd brother. You have contributed greatly to the country. Li Dan thought about it and became calm. He still believed in fate. He could not afford to fight for his past life, nor did he dare to fight for it. Li Qingqi, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. I really can't occupy this world. There are a lot of things to deal with. I really don't know how 3rd brother did it. I built a Zhuangzi and copied some of Li Yi's and Zhuangzi's ideas. Does this Li Yi have Wang Mang's aspirations? Li Dan suddenly asked. Li Qingqi was shocked. Imperial father, if brother Yi had Wang Mang's intentions, he wouldn't have taken out so many good things and asked us to spread them to the world. At the same time, he will make friends with even more powerful officials. If he wants to make friends with people, with his ability, it will be easy. Oh, can he make friends with the influential officials? Li Dan asked again. He just needs to take out good things like mirrors, toilet water, soap, and even compose a poem to invite Zhuangzi. Isn't it easy? Li Qingqi felt that if he could think of something, it was impossible for brother Yi to not know. However, he stayed in Zhuangzi, thinking of new things that would benefit the people and practicing his medical skills. Li Dan sighed. I've experienced a lot. I'm always on tenterhooks and feel that everyone wants to harm me. Imperial father, you don't have to be afraid. 3rd brother is also tired of killing. Moreover, if something doesn't go his way, he will look for brother Yi. Throughout history, there are many capable people. How many are there in Wang Mang? Zhao Gao is not successful. Sima is one. Jiang Zia, Zhuge Liang, and many others are not bad. In my opinion, Li Yi is more like Xiangyang. Li Qingqi knew that his father was very suspicious. He did not want his father to worry about brother Yi all day. Li Qingqi wondered if brother Yi could cure this kind of heartache. Xiangyang? Li Yi also has the heart of reform? Li Dan looked at the candles and said, Brother Yi is the one with a black heart. He is smarter than Xiangyang. Xiangyang offended a group of people. Brother Yi gave 3rd brother the idea of using relatives to control relatives. He also threatened me with the lives of my family, and asked me to investigate the other officials. I wonder if third brother has started to do so. Li Qingqi said and told his father about Li Yi's idea in detail. Li Dan was stunned for a while and applauded for a while. Therefore, if brother Yi wanted to seek his own power, he would have come out long ago. Why did he stay in Zhuangzi? Li Qingqi concluded. It's actually the art of maneuvering. He used economic warfare against the outside world and lust for power. Li Dan, who understood, was shocked. Isn't that so, Imperial Father? Compared to Shanyang, brother Yi is better. Li Qingqi praised Li Yi. Yes, Shanyang's reform directly affects the interests of the family. Li Yi is different. He benefits the people first with his skills. Once the people's capital is abundant, your third brother can do more things. The winged knights is the most important thing, but I don't know what Li Yi will do next. I can't think of anything. Li Dan analyzed Li Yi's plan. He felt that Li Yi seemed to be willing to do some farming. Oh, and sell a lot of treasures in other people's eyes. I don't know. I only know that the Tang dynasty is not the preaching dynasty. Li Qingqi felt that the Tang dynasty he was in was more powerful than the Qin dynasty. Li Dan seemed to be relieved. He yawned and suddenly looked at the candles. Why don't you add wax? He had an idea just now, but now it was clear. There was no methane lamp in this courtyard, so he lit the candles. The candles had been burning slowly, but there was no dripping. Brother, he made it for Pei Yaoqing of Chang, and to put it in the ice lantern. Pei Yaoqing exchanged it with oil. Brother, he can make some money. Li Qingqi explained. He's not a greedy person. Li Dan commented. Imperial Father, it's not like that. When the ice lantern is finished, brother Yi will sell the candles to the rich. At that time, the price will be much higher. Li Qingqi told the truth and laughed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Li Dan also laughed. I didn't expect you to have such a plan. He yawned again. Li Qingqi got up. Imperial Father, sleep well. I have a physical examination tomorrow. I'll go back. Okay. Li Dan nodded with a smile. Li Qingqi helped him to bed and covered him with a quilt. Early the next morning, Li Yi ran to the inpatient building to check on Jia Jinshan. Then he turned around and began a comprehensive examination with Li Dan. By the time they finished all the examinations, it was almost noon. Let's go, Elder Mu. Let's eat. Li Yi wiped his sweat and asked Li Dan to eat. Li Yi asked Li Dan to eat just now, but Li Dan insisted on waiting for the results to come out. Li Yi didn't eat breakfast either. He was afraid that eating would delay the old man's examination. When he left the courtyard, Li Qingqi was waiting for him. Brother Yi, how is Elder Mu? He didn't get enough sunlight. His diet needs to be adjusted. His bones are a little loose. Also, his cardiovascular system isn't very good. I'll also adjust his diet. I'll give him 3 types of medicine for first aid. Li Yi didn't think it was a big problem. He wanted to give him a spray for asthma and 2 types of medicine to save his heart. That's good. Li Qingqi was relieved. Li Yi turned to Li Dan and said, I'll keep all 10 cows. The examination fee is very high. Li Dan smiled and nodded. I brought them for you. When I come again in the future, I'll bring you more good things. I don't want any jewelry. Li Yi stated his request first. He didn't need any jewelry, so it was meaningless to look at them. Li Qingqi said, Yes, yes, yes. My brother Yi likes to raise livestock. Third brother, you're here. I'll go and welcome you. Li Qingqi was talking when he saw a familiar carriage appear. He hurried over. Chapter 183. This is Mr. Mu. He used 10 cows in exchange for brother Yi's comprehensive physical examination. Brother Yi said that it's nothing serious. He will write down what to eat later and prepare some medicine. There was a small room in the canteen. 9 people sat at 2 tables. The palace maids and eunuchs shared a table. Li Qingqi introduced Li Longji to Li Dan. Li Longji listened carefully. Empress Wang lowered her head slightly. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, as if she was trying to hold back something. It's good that there's nothing serious. Mr. Mu, there are other people in the family. Bring them here. Li Longji said to Li Dan. In a few days, I will bring them here. Li Dan agreed. While speaking, he lowered his head and ate a piece of lamb liver in soy sauce. Next to him was half a salted goose egg that was not very salty. There was also a plate of garlic kelp. He bought it together with the cabbage and oysters at the seaside. It was expensive. The main thing is to take advantage of the good weather to bask in the sun and wear big pants. If you don't have a place in winter, you can wear it in summer. Li Yi cared about the old man. As a doctor, he took 10 cows' worth of medical fees from him. It was necessary to remind him. Li Dan nodded gently while eating. He didn't need to remember this. He had 2 sons and a daughter-in-law. Uncle, what about me? Empress Wang asked. Sister-in-law is fine, Li Yi said confidently. He didn't know that the whole family had teamed up to fool him. Third brother, are you free today? Li Qingqi asked. Li Dan slowed down his movements. He pretended to choose the dishes, but in fact he wanted to listen. I found a way to pass a message to His Majesty. The people in the palace told me that His Majesty has selected a few relatives and wants to let them go now. However, they plan to celebrate the New Year. Li Longji explained the situation. He found the people and gave them benefits. However, it would be the New Year soon. Li Qingqi and Li Dan were relieved. They thought that Li Longji had found out that their father had run out and came to keep an eye on him. No, Li Yi refused. He continued. The relatives often contact each other during the New Year. The result of the struggle is often mutual compromise. Yes, Li Dan suddenly said. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. Indeed, we must inform His Majesty without delay. Indeed, we can't give those people a chance, Li Qingqi agreed. Uncle, you're really thorough. Empress Wang reached out and placed her hand on Li Yi's head. Li Yi didn't even try to avoid it. He was used to it. Li Dan watched and understood how close the emperor's son was to Li Yi. The key point was that this young man was very familiar with fighting. If only he had this ability back then. For a moment, Li Dan was a little jealous of her son. This young man knew too many things, and he even had heaven-defying medical skills. The empress was already pregnant. She hadn't had a child for so many years, but now she was pregnant. Everyone in the imperial physician department deserved to die. Little brother, Yi, do you allow foreigners to come to the Tang dynasty to propose marriage? Li Longji changed the topic. There was a marriage this year, and they had all agreed to it. Then something happened, and then there were people coming over. Of course not. Although married princesses are not real princesses, the craftsmen who follow the princesses are real craftsmen. Li Yi refused. How could technology be passed down casually? It was necessary to block technology. Only with technological advantage could there be trade suppression. Thinking of the technology blockade, Li Yi said again, anyone who goes out of the Tang dynasty must be searched. It doesn't matter what the goods are, but whether there are blueprints or not. For example, if there are blueprints and real objects, seize them. If the craftsmen want to go out, as long as they can be found, they're not allowed. I can't take good things out, and then someone goes to support the enemy. If that's the case, I won't give it to them. Okay, little brother, eat. This will be passed down to His Majesty. Li Longji still agreed. Yes. Why should he give away his good things to others? Another problem was solved, and everyone ate in peace. After the meal, Li Dan left with the medicine and the instructions written by Li Yi. Li Longji said that he was afraid that the old man would fall, so he walked him a distance. Li Dan sat in the four-wheeled carriage and looked at the food content written by Li Yi. He smiled and said to himself, the Tang dynasty is indeed better. Empress Wang wanted to see the baby again, but Li Yi refused. It was not good for the ultrasound to be used on babies too often. Empress Wang expressed her unhappiness, then turned around and happily went to the ice rink to watch Li Longji and Li Qingqi skating. At this time in Chang, and many restaurants and shops were selling roasted oysters. A large number of oysters were sold wholesale, and the people who bought them gave the price according to the rules. Small shops naturally had cheaper oysters, but they couldn't buy medium-sized oysters because they were all small in size. They could buy small and medium-sized oysters of higher quality. The best restaurants naturally had big oysters, and the price was also more expensive. The oyster shells were thrown away one by one. No one cared when they were thrown away, but when a pile was piled up, someone kindly helped to clean it up. County Magistrate Pei Yaoqing had nothing to do in the yamen, so he came out to see the people. He stood beside a stall selling roasted oysters, and saw a pile of shells being put into a sack and carried away. The person in the stall even thanked him. Follow someone and see where the shells are sent. Pei Yaoqing felt that there was something wrong. A yamen runner nodded and followed the person. About half an hour later, the yamen runner came back. Ming residence. The shells are all on the carriage and are being transported out of the city to the west. I asked, and they said that they are sending them out to be buried. The yamen runner gave an answer. He didn't believe that the shells were really buried. Go find some people to clean up the oyster shells in other places. If there is one, I want one. Pei Yaoqing felt that there was something wrong, a very important problem. Not long after, the yamen runner came back with a palm print on his face. Ming residence. They said that they are from King Song's residence, so the oyster shells must be given to them. I just asked one more question. The yamen runner felt wronged. Looks like the oyster shells are of great use. It's fine, they have accepted the order. I can't stand against King Song. You take an extra 100 coins. Pei Yaoqing had no choice. As long as King Song didn't participate in politics, no one in Chang and would dare to offend him. The other party had already given up the throne. Now, all he wanted was a few oyster shells. If your yamen runner wanted to snatch them from him, what's wrong with hitting you? As for why he wanted the shells, do I need to explain it to you? The yamen runner covered his face. Ming residence, it's not about money. It's 200 coins. If you don't want it, then forget it. Pei Yaoqing was straightforward. I will listen to Ming residence. The yamen runner was even more straightforward. He rubbed his face and prepared to go back to get the money. He hated that he couldn't find the person who slapped him just now to get another slap. It wasn't embarrassing to be slapped by King Song's residence, and it didn't hurt either. The slap print was due to the cold weather. Pei Yaoqing continued walking and went to the next stall selling roasted oysters. Whenever he saw someone waiting for him, he would throw away the oyster and clear it. Needless to say, the person sent by King Song was keeping an eye on the oyster to prevent it from being snatched away. Shell, oyster shell, give it to us. A group of people from the Imperial Physician Bureau rushed over and stretched out their hands to the person from King Song's residence. I'll just throw it away. The person shook his head and refused. You can't throw it away. This is medicine, give it to us. An imperial physician said righteously, I'm an imperial physician. I know. King Song said that it can be used as fertilizer to prevent sudden sourness. I won't give it to you. The person spoke the truth. Throw it away. That's impossible. Give us some. We are from the Imperial Physician Bureau. King Song can't be unreasonable. The Imperial Physician panicked. You can buy oysters and eat the meat. Won't the shell be left behind? The person suggested. We won't throw the shell away. The person who set up the stall reacted. Chapter 184. Pei Yaoqing could tell that oyster shells were a type of medicine. At the same time, they could be used as fertilizer. Don't be noisy. Do you think I don't exist? Pei Yaoqing glared at him. He was wearing Chang An's official robes. If the Imperial Physician Bureau and King Song's mansion did not see it, he would not say anything. You don't even look at me when you're setting up a stall. Have I been too gentle to you all? Yes, gentle. He heard it from Brother E. No, this matter had something to do with Brother E. The person from the Imperial Physician Bureau spoke first. Let the Ming residents know that oyster meat and oyster shells are a type of medicine. They can be used alone or in combination. We do not want oyster meat. We only want the shells. It can be used to treat night sweats, illnesses in both men and women, and stomach pains. The Imperial Physician Bureau wants to use it as a test subject. Where did you write it down? Pei Yaoqing asked. Oyster Shinong's Compendium of Materia Medica has its shell. It was written in Li Dongzhu's Compendium of Materia Medica. The shell is easier to store. The Imperial Physician replied. The Compendium of Materia Medica mentioned the effects of oysters. However, it could be replaced with other ingredients. Furthermore, where could one find so many oysters? The main point was that oysters were not easy to eat. It was easy to get stomach aches unless one was at the seaside. What if the oysters were spoiled during transportation? Now that a large number of oysters were being shipped over, the meat would be sold to those who were sick. As for the shells, they could be cleaned and stored away. Give me the money, and I will give you the shells. Return me the shells. The stall owner found a business opportunity. Indeed, he is an errand boy. Even if he is innocent, he should be killed. An imperial physician was furious. The bailiffs were even more furious. What did we do to offend you? This year we were honest and did not bully anyone. We relied on our own abilities to earn money. The person from King Song's mansion opened the sack and spoke to the stall owner. Take it. Take as much as you think I took from you. However, think carefully. It is easy to take it. But if you want to buy oysters in the future, Ming residents, he is scaring the commoners. The stall owner did not dare to take it and complained to Pei Yaoqing. The person who was eating oysters looked around. Can I take it home to eat? If I don't throw the shells, will anyone catch me? Pei Yaoqing sighed helplessly. It belongs to whoever it belongs to. Can't it still be transported? Don't make things difficult for the Imperial Physician Bureau. I'll find some for you. Therefore, before dinner, Li Yi had just come out of the autopsy room when he saw Pei Yaoqing talking to his brother. The two of them seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. At least, Pei Yaoqing looked very satisfied. Will Ming residents return tonight? Li Yi did not ask what the two of them were talking about. He looked at the sky. If he hurried back to Chang, and after dinner, the wheels of the car would be broken. How could he fix it in the dark? To stay here, I've troubled E this time. Pei Yaoqing was depressed. Why can't I just call him Brother E? It doesn't matter. Is there any progress on the trip? Li Yi was still thinking about the method he had given. If Chang and County did the same, his lifespan would increase. Send the bailiffs out to the village elders and village heads. Those who are far away have not returned yet. Winter nights are not suitable for rushing. However, the roads are well built with slag. There is snow and ice in the distance. There are sleds under the carriages. They all agreed. Pei Yaoqing explained the situation and praised Li Yi. The people did indeed benefit. The slag was not afraid of melting in spring and could withstand heavy rain in summer. It would absorb water and then dry in the sun. Even if it was raining, the shoes would not be ruined by the mud when walking on it. Needless to say, it was slippery in winter. After spring, we have to focus on farming, especially for some crops. Not all crops can be directly scattered with seeds. Li Yi was afraid that the village would delay the farming. He would not cause trouble when he was full. Every change of dynasty was basically related to food. One was the lack of production and natural disasters, especially the Little Ice River. The other was that the food was concentrated in the hands of a small group of people, and they did not take it out. They always felt that why should they give the food that they obtained with their own ability to others? Then, those who could not eat would be killed with their own ability. Whoever had the food would be killed first. Pei Yaoqing also knew history. He said, Li Dongzhu contributed countless skills last year. Next year, the farmers should offer the grains to Li Dongzhu during the summer and autumn harvest. Then I'm dead. Li Yi expressed his refusal. After you harvest, each family should take out a handful of grains and give it to me. Am I a Shino? It should be offered to His Majesty. Li Yi guided. Don't give it to me. I won't eat it. I won't make wine. It's not an honor. It's a death sentence. Brother Yi, have you finished lighting the light bulb in the flower pot? Li Qingqi did not want Pei Yaoqing to continue talking and change the topic. No, the soil requirements are too high. It needs to be watered to maintain the acidity. But I've made the artificial one. Combine magnets and copper wires. Shake it and the light bulb will light up. Li Yi rejected the idea of electricity in the flower pot's acidic soil. As for the fruits, those fruits can generate electricity. If you give one to the poor will shake it for you. Fruits are expensive in winter. Generate electricity. Pei Yaoqing did not know. He was still using candles. He told those who were not willing to pay for the candles to use their own oil lamps. Zhuangzi's ice sculptures were all finished. The biggest one was still being chiseled and built into a shelf. The finished ice sculpture was connected to the small light bulb. The light bulb was painted with colors. Naturally, it was a very primitive kind of light. Li Yi brought the two of them to the side of an ice sculpture. There was a small box with a handle on the box. Li Yi held the box with one hand and shook it with the other. Swish! The light bulb in the ice lit up. Oh my God! Pei Yaoqing was startled. Shock, astonishment, speechlessness, and anger. Yes, anger in the end. Li Dongzhu, you asked us to light the candles. Is this how you do things in Zhuangzi? Pei Yaoqing did not even need to think. This hand-cranked light bulb could be connected to wind and water at any time. This was a common operation in Li Yi's Zhuangzi. It could also be stepped on by humans and pulled by animals. As long as it was something that moved, Zhuangzi had all kinds of connecting rods. Pei Mingfu, what's wrong with my Zhuangzi? Don't all the latest things come from my Zhuangzi? Li Yi did not feel that there was anything wrong with putting good things in Zhuangzi. But you, Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi, meaning to say, King Song, look at Li Yi. He's hiding something. Li Qingqi frowned. County Magistrate Pei, do you think that my brother Yi's things are yours? When did you have this idea? It's very dangerous. No, he means you can shake or step on it. Scholars will be able to read books. Pei Yaoqing finally spoke his thoughts. He was from the scholarly class, and the first thing he thought of was scholars. Just like Du Fu, he built thousands of houses and built a large house, and the poor scholars were happy. The poor scholars referred to the scholars who had no money, and it could also be said that they were from a poor family. When were there so many houses for the poor scholars in the world? However, scholars were not the only poor people in the world. There were also many people who needed houses. Craftsmen can work at night, and women's knitting lamps can be lit. Naturally, it won't hurt their eyes. The winter days are short and the nights are long. Even a craftsman can make more tools. Li Yi said, correcting Pei Yaoqing's wrong thinking. Then, can you spread it to others? Pei Yaoqing did not want to argue over such a meaningless matter. Of course. I'll tell you how to generate electricity. You can buy light bulbs from me. Whether it's big or small, I'll paint them all for you. Li Yi was generous again. You can go and get the equipment for generating electricity. It's very simple. Then sigh. Pei Yaoqing sighed. He wanted the technology for light bulbs, but he felt that if he said it, King Song would draw his knife. Chapter 185. How much for the light bulbs? Pei Yaoqing chose to compromise and reflect on himself. It's free. I'll give it to you. Whoever gives the most money for the ice lantern exhibition in Chang and can use the light bulbs there. East, West, North, and South Main Streets, Vermilion Bird, and South Huanqing's Assimilation Gate. I'll give you the light for the ice sculptures. Li Yi continued to be generous. This year's ice lantern exhibition was an advertising opportunity for the light bulbs to sell well. Pei Yaoqing understood this point. He actually went back to study the non-dripping candles. Just as Li Yi said, the candles were made of reed and silk thread. Then he found someone to imitate it. He lit it and the oil dripped. The craftsman looked at the candles and muttered, "Impossible. How is this possible?" They didn't know that the non-dripping candles were the core. After boiling the oil, they inserted the core and put it in a hole in the snow to cool. It felt the same when he looked at it, but it was different when he lit it. Pei Yaoqing didn't need to think too much to know that Li Yi had a trick. After the ice lantern exhibition, Zhuangzi started to sell candles and light bulbs. "Li Dongzhu, look at my body today. What's suitable for dinner?" Pei Yaoqing could only sigh with emotion at Li Yi's means of making money. His health was still the most important thing. "Let me take your blood pressure. Do you feel uncomfortable recently?" Li Yi talked about medical matters with a proper attitude. With so many cadavers watching, he was also afraid. Not only was he afraid of things that he couldn't say, but he cared more about his own beliefs. If a person's beliefs were destroyed, that person would be finished. "Li Dongzhu, if I don't say anything, can you tell?" Pei Yaoqing suddenly thought of a key point. "Yes. If a baby doesn't know how to talk, can I not treat him? But after using a full set of equipment and materials and finding that you have no problem, I won't care about you next time." Li Yi nodded, but warned him not to make trouble. If he wasted money here, it would be the story of the boy who cried wolf in the future. Pei Yaoqing hadn't heard the story of the boy who cried wolf, but he knew what it meant. "I can't tell if my right leg is painful, numb, or sore. Sometimes it just hisses." Pei Yaoqing said honestly, "What about your waist? What about your right arm?" Li Yi asked. "I'm fine," Pei Yaoqing replied. "My initial judgment is that there is a problem with the right femoral nerve. One is a strain, the other is pressed while sleeping, and the other is cold. Let's perform acupuncture." Li Yi thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are there any big lumps on your back?" "No." Pei Yaoqing shook his head. "Toothache? Does it hurt when the back of your neck turns your head?" Li Yi asked again. "No." Pei Yaoqing shook his head vigorously. He lowered his head, raised his head, and leaned back. Li Yi was very happy. What a good patient. Since that was the case, he narrowed down the scope of his judgment. He still had to ask more questions. After hesitating, he decided to wait until the acupuncture session. It could also be a problem with the right groin, or even a blow to the right breast. There were many possible causes of nerve pain in the right leg. Normally, acupuncture was enough, but it was time-consuming. The needle could not be pulled out immediately, and the moxibustion had to be done bit by bit. He did not exchange for an oven, so he could only do it manually. Pei Yaoqing was in a pretty good mood. In the past, when he encountered such a situation, he would just endure it for a while, and it would get better later on. He did not expect to recover so quickly. He looked at Li Yi and asked in confusion, "I don't understand. Li Dongzhu, why do you treat people differently when they might be sick?" He voiced out his doubts. No matter how Li Yi usually behaved, as long as it involved patience, he would immediately change from his expression to his tone. Li Yi knew what he was asking. He waved his hand and said, "It's just professionalism. You can't bring your personal emotions into work. It's the same for an official. I've learned something." Pei Yaoqing clasped his fist and said, he did not care if King Song was beside him. He still called him brother. After the blood pressure test, eat as usual. There's nothing wrong. If you still feel uncomfortable in a few days, I'll do a blood test to see if you have gout. Li Yi's tone was calm. It sounded like it was not a big problem, but if it was gout. When he reached the small room in the canteen, Pei Yaoqing saw that the emperor and the empress were both there. The two of them were playing military chess. Li invented it. The commander was no longer there. It was replaced by a military governor. The landmines were replaced by traps. The other rules remained the same. Tao Hong was helping with the game. Pei Yaoqing saw the emperor wiping his sweat nonstop and Empress Wang sticking her tongue out mischievously. He understood. Empress Wang was better than the emperor when it came to military strategy. Li Qingqi took a look and found it normal. Back then, this sister-in-law of his was the one who persuaded his third brother to mobilize the troops. She was in charge of commanding the troops that could be used. On the surface, it seemed like his third brother was doing it, but in reality it was his sister-in-law who was in control of everything. Li Yi went over to take a look and shook his head. Third brother, just admit defeat. Your deployment of troops is too obvious. She has already predicted it. Your commander, no military governor, won't be able to run away. You don't even know that their one-off crossbow formation can capture you. Madam, you're amazing. Li Longji readily accepted the advice. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't play anymore. It's San Lang who went easy on me, Empress Wang said cutely. As she said that, she messed up the chess pieces. Since she had already won, there was no need to bully others anymore. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed and said to Li Yi, Brother Yi, have you finished studying medicine? There's no end to learning. This brother's ability is far from enough. It is Sky-Bearing's fortune to give me some medical tools. The path of medicine is as vast as the sea. Li Yi wasn't modest. He indeed felt that he wasn't good enough. Some of his colleagues' talents made him feel helpless. Li Longji then looked at Pei Yaoqing. Pei Ming residence, his tone was slightly dissatisfied. You're a Chang and magistrate. Why do you keep looking for my brother, Yi? Pei Yaoqing didn't dare to be dissatisfied and lowered his head slightly. I'm here to discuss with Li Dongzhu the security issues during the Ice Lantern Festival. He thought of this issue on the spot. He didn't think that there would be any problems with the security and was just looking for an excuse. Li wasn't sure. He frowned and said, the servants must be mobilized. Ask them to keep watch. The children in each district should wear a sign on their chest with the name of their district and their parents written on it. Then set up mobile and fixed sentries. If they get separated, ask their parents to tell their children to look for the sentries. Don't be afraid that hiring servants will cost a lot of money. If a child is tricked away, the Ice Lantern Festival will be a failure. I'll remember Li Dongzhu's words. The county still has some extra money. We must hire experts to patrol in secret. Pei Yaoqing agreed. Using money to buy safety, the Yamen still had a lot of money left for the Ice Lantern Festival. He didn't even know how to use it, so he could hire some experts. What is Li Dongzhu's remaining money to be used for? Pei Yaoqing didn't want to be greedy for that money. He didn't dare to be greedy. His Majesty would come over whenever he had nothing to do. How could he not know about the matters in Chang? And it's easy. Next year, build a biogas pool. Then buy pipes and make biogas lamps by the roadside to be used as street lamps. Every district can do it and buy the materials from me. Li Yi mentioned the matter of public service lighting, a construction business in Chang, and could make a lot of money. Yes, by cement and pipes with buckles from Brother Yi. The outside of the pipes will be painted. It'll save the county government a lot of trouble. Li Qingqi supported. Li Longji smiled. Brother Yi's things are really convenient to use. Okay, what else could Pei Yaoqing say? Who didn't need to spend money to find help? The problem was that other people didn't know how to make cement. Chapter 186. Time to eat, time to eat. Wash your hands. I smell beef, Empress Wang said as she sniffed. Sister-in-law, you're really amazing. When the people from Zhuangzi went to Chang and to recruit workers, they saw beef in the East Market and brought it back without waiting for others to buy it. Li Yi gave her a thumbs up. Beef could be seen every day in the East Market. There were always cows that died from natural and man-made accidents. Sick cows were rare. There were many rich people in the East Market. If they ate sick cows, they would be infected and the beef dealers would not be able to handle it. All the beef that could be sold in Tang and was delivered by the dealers. Donkey meat was worse than beef. Donkey meat was not restricted by the government. Therefore, many people ate donkey meat in the middle class. That was why there was a saying that there was dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground. After that, there was mutton followed by pork. The worst meat was not chicken or duck, but dog meat. People with a little status would not touch dog meat if it was not for medicine. That was why there was a saying that dog meat could not be served. Li Yi did not like dog meat either. He disliked dog meat because it was disgusting. In the past, he had eaten dog meat pot a few times and dipped it in dog sauce. Later, he felt that the taste was not good, and it was indeed not good. Many people in his time ate dog meat to strengthen their sex drive. They did not understand science. Mutton was actually stronger than dog meat. Li Yi was not at ease when he bought the beef today, so he tested it. There are no potatoes and tomatoes. Beef brisket stewed with tomatoes. Beef with potatoes. Li Yi mumbled and went to wash his hands. Pei Yaoqing also went to wash his hands. He had a habit of not washing his hands before eating. Brother Yi, did you send beef to Zhuya Shan? Li Longji had been paying attention to the old leader of the Shadua clan. He doesn't lack beef. I asked someone to send him turtle soup. I felt that his body was good. So I used the distilled wine that was soaked in ginseng to make the turtle blood. Although it was only soaked for 3 months, I cut the ginseng into pieces and attacked it again. Drinking alcohol has a greater impact on the lungs. According to Western medicine, we should not give alcohol. But for national healers like us, we have to act at the right time. I'm using penicillin, not cephalosporin. Drink a cup of turtle's blood wine, and you'll either recover quickly or I'll give you emergency treatment. Li Yi mixed the Chinese and Western theories together and controlled the intensity. Li Longji knows Western medicine, but Brother Yi has so many magical tools and different medicines. Otherwise, how can he inject water into people's blood vessels? Brother Yi called this method Western medicine, and then the original method was called traditional Chinese medicine and Chinese medicine. Brother Yi is skilled in both medicine and medicine, so he can use them as he pleases. Sometimes he would write prescriptions for people, and sometimes he would perform acupuncture. Some of the children couldn't bear to prick it, so they stuck something on their forehead. Pei Yaoqing listened from the side and pretended not to understand. In fact, there were some things that he really didn't understand. He didn't understand Western medicine, nor did he understand Chinese medicine. He put coriander in the dipping bowl he had prepared for himself. There were plates, bowls, and cups for dipping. Only at Zhuangzi's place did they divide it so thinly. Otherwise, the average person would have a big bowl, and the rich people would have a plate. The dipping bowl was used when eating crabs, and ordinary rich people didn't prepare it. Li Dongzhu, why don't you sell the ceramics in your village? Pei Yaoqing picked up a piece of radish from the beef and radish pot on the table and asked. He felt quite comfortable. It was only at Zhuangzi that he could eat from the same pot with Her Majesty. Otherwise, even if he could attend Her Majesty's banquet, he would have to eat separately. Each person would have a small table and sit at the side to eat. The children always accidentally break it. If I sell it, it will have a price. The children will be beaten for a lot of money if they break it. I don't sell it. Zhuangzi uses it himself. It's not difficult to bake it. I have the craftsmanship, so it doesn't matter if it breaks. Another reason is that the ceramics in the village are poorly baked. If I sell it at a high price, no one will buy it. If I sell it at a low price, how can the people in other kills survive? Li Yi said the reasons. First, the children play with it. It's okay, I don't sell it. It's not worth much. The second reason was that he didn't want to break into the low-grade ceramics market, especially pottery. It wasn't easy for others to bake at once. Pei Yaoqing heard this and instantly felt ashamed. Previously, he had wanted to get skills from Li Yi. "I love eating oxtail the most," Empress Wang said happily. She had a small clay pot of her own. Inside was oxtail and tendons. There was no coriander, spring onions, or ginger, but there was black bean. At dinner, Li Yi was worried that his sister-in-law would get bloated from eating radish. He didn't put in spicy ingredients because he was afraid it would irritate the gastrointestinal tract. This kind of care had reached the extreme. That was why Li Longji always wanted to bring the first wife over. What this dish could supplement, how it tasted, how it affected the body after eating it, and how much it ate, he was responsible for all of it. So the staple food for Empress Wang was rice flatbread. It tasted like a cake, easier to digest than rice, and less likely to increase stomach acid than pasta. Pei Yaoqing also knew that the Empress was pregnant. He wasn't stupid, but he didn't dare to spread a word. If word got out, it would be the destruction of the family. He knew. Sister-in-law doesn't eat much. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, eat a few pieces of jelly. It's easy to digest and can replenish collagen. At the same time, it will help the body increase water content. Li Yi still focused on Empress Wang. Whether the collagen could be absorbed depended on whether the body needed it or not. If it didn't need it, it wouldn't be absorbed no matter how much it was eaten. If it needed it, it would be broken down and combined according to its own needs. "Dong Zhu, I have a white spot next to my right big tooth." Qing Song gathered his courage and asked, "It hurt. Your mouth has an ulcer. Go apply the watermelon frost. I won't give you vitamin B2. The effect is too slow. I'll give you a piece. Roll it into powder and pour it in." Li Yi went over and used a pair of chopsticks to pry open the mouth of Qing Song, who had just changed shifts, and said, "Actually, under normal circumstances, if the class stayed in the manner and ate and drank well, the ulcer would be gone." But Li Yi refused. "I'm a miracle doctor who crushed the doctors of the Tang dynasty. What's the big deal if I can cure a mouth ulcer in 10 days? Oh, it's less than 10 days. It came yesterday. Even 9 days won't do. There's so much watermelon frost. Big Brother sent a lot of watermelon rind and mirabolite." Li Yi knew that there was vitamin B2 in his watermelon frost spray. It was a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. It was just under the guise of Chinese medicine. How fast was the treatment of a normal mouth ulcer? After spraying it that night, it didn't hurt the next morning. The next night, it would forget about the sore mouth. It was fine. It was like adding acetaminophen to some dacheng leaves and yinxiao tablets. It was using dacheng leaves and yinxiao powder to replace caffeine, chlorpheniramine maleate, artificial bezoar, and Western medicine with acetaminophen to support the treatment. Sometimes ordinary people would boil cola with ginger foam to treat a cold. They felt that it was a good folk prescription. In fact, cola had caffeine, sugar, and carbonation. Once it was boiled, the carbonation would be boiled out, leaving behind sugar, caffeine, and ginger. Isn't this just ginger sugar water? It just has a little more caffeine. The effect of boiling Red Bull was actually better. There were more vitamins and bezoar acid in it. Qing Song nodded vigorously. The ulcer in his mouth didn't seem to hurt anymore. He had been in pain for 6 days. With his identity, he could find the people from the Imperial Medical Department. They prescribed borax powder for him. It was painful to spray a little powder. There were white pustules around his mouth. "Dongzhu, I know there are white pustules. Can I rub them out myself?" Qing Song decided to be cruel to himself. It was so painful to rub them out. "Come with me after dinner. I'll treat it for you. Now you still have to eat. It's painful again. Bear with it. I can actually stop the pain now and give you anesthetics. But I'm a quack. If you're anesthetized now, it will affect your recovery later. Don't eat the salted onions. Go and get some noodles. Wait for me after you finish eating. It's not a serious illness." Li Yi didn't want to treat him immediately. It was just an ulcer. After eating the noodles and rinsing his mouth, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Qing Song looked at Hien. Go. We'll help you finish your food. We really owe you. Chui Lu spoke first. I mean the same. Hien tried to explain. Hien, don't feel guilty. I understand. Ching Song patted Hien's shoulder. He turned around to get some noodles. Ha 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 ha. Empress Wang couldn't help but laugh. Li Longji also smiled. At the same time he felt relieved. These 4 classes of palace maids and eunuchs were so interesting. Chui Lu purposely spoke first. Hien gloomily explained. Ching Song knew that everyone was good to him, but he still made things difficult for Hien. What did he mean by don't feel guilty? Pei Yao Qing was envious. What happened to the palace fight? Why was it so fun? Was everyone so happy? Chapter 187. After the meal, everyone went back to their own places. Li Yi was copying a medical book and learning as he copied. Pei Yao Qing was also sitting in front of the desk, thinking about something and taking notes from time to time. Li Qingqi was fiddling with the light bulb and the pedal generator. He found that the light bulb was not so bright when he did not exert force and the speed was slow. As he gradually sped up and slowed down, the brightness of the light bulb decreased together. When he exerted a lot of force, the light bulb remained the same. What's the reason for this? Li Qingqi wanted to figure out the principle between speed and the brightness of the light bulb. Then, looking from the outside, the window of the house he was in flashed nonstop, which was a little scary. In the house next to Li Longji's courtyard, someone was pedaling a bicycle, which was connected to Li Longji's study. The palace sent him the memorials submitted to the Political Affairs Hall today. Gao Lishur approved the simple ones and sent the ones he could not make up his mind to Zhuangzi. Li Longji enjoyed the benefits of the electric light bulb, and the people in the house next to him had to rotate. It's better than candles. Li Longji found that the light hanging in front of him did not sway and was always so bright. Empress Wang could not sleep, so she strolled slowly in the house and chatted with Tao Hong. There was also a light bulb in her bedroom. It was covered with a red gauze frame, and the light it emitted was warm. Tao Hong, what do you think will happen if the rich people use this light? Empress Wang looked up and avoided the light. Some people will be punished by pedaling. If they can't pedal and the light doesn't shine, they will be beaten. Tao Hong saw the people pedaling in the house outside. Zhuangzi installed cast iron gears and chains. There was a chair to sit on, so the people pedaling were not very fast. If it were other people, they would not bear to use good iron to make gears. According to Dongzhu, the gears could not be used after a few turns. Empress Wang was originally full of light, but when she heard Tao Hong's words, she rolled her eyes. It's not like I'm asking you to pedal. Will the people in the world feel bad? Isn't it the same in the palace? Tao Hong pouted. Don't be afraid. Let's see what uncle will do. The windmill turns and doesn't turn. He can't let the villagers pedal all day long. Empress Wang didn't seem to be in a hurry at all as she waited. Zhuangzi came up with a new idea and brought it back to the palace. As for now, he continued to let people kick him. Tomorrow, bring the things back and send a set to 100 Blessings Palace. As for the others, Empress Wang stopped. I heard that there are a few people in the palace who are complaining, Tao Hong revealed. Third young master is with me, so of course they won't do it. Zhao Li Fei's son, Liang, almost became the crown prince. That was close. Empress Wang was unhappy when she said this. There were too many women. There were all kinds of concubines, Zhao Yi, Jieyu, and Kairan. Your Majesty, you have to come to Zhuangzi every few days. Only when you come to Zhuangzi will His Majesty not bring anyone else, unless he's sick and the imperial physicians can't cure him. Tao Hong suggested. You won't bring anyone else? Empress Wang wasn't sure. Dongzhu said that a wife who has gone through hardships will not leave the court. If His Majesty brings another woman, Dongzhu will definitely not give her a good face, Tao Hong analyzed. Good. Uncle is a good person. Empress Wang gave out a card. As long as he could stabilize her position, he was a good person. The good person Li Yi copied very seriously. He checked every page he copied and didn't dare to make any mistakes. After writing for 2 hours, Li Yi stopped. He would copy this today. He looked up at the light bulb. The farmer insisted on coming over to generate electricity. Li Yi tried to stop him, but he didn't succeed, so he let the farmer exercise there. Wind power and hydroelectric power can't be combined into a unit, so the current and voltage are unstable. Hydroelectric power is not a problem under supersaturated conditions, but there aren't rivers everywhere. There's lead and it's very pure. There's also green alum oil. Yes, it's dilute sulfuric acid. Li Yi thought of lead-acid batteries. Lead was already available, and its purity was very high. As for dilute sulfuric acid, he had to admire the alchemists. They refined all kinds of things, added things, and then took it out for people to eat. There were a lot of heavy metals. After the new year, it's cold and there's a lot of work to do. I can't handle it. Li muttered and shouted outside, I'm going to sleep. Dongzhu, I'm going back. Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound, the light went out. The next morning, everyone left in a hubbub after they had finished eating. Li Longji brought 3 sets of human-powered generators and a big box of light bulbs. The light bulbs were not portable and there was no tungsten wire. Li Yi brought 5 sets, saying that he would help Brother Yi test them. Li Yi expressed that he didn't believe him. Pei Yaoqing took a set. He wanted to promote it and let the rich people see it first. Then he would make it himself. He took free light bulbs from Li Yi. After the new year, he would have to pay if he wanted to use light bulbs again. As they left, the ice skaters came. The people who stayed in the Zhang family's village last night were the most convenient. Li Dongzhu, show me the one where you jump and spin. I think I can do it if I see it. Someone shouted to Li Yi. I can't. Li Yi felt uncomfortable in his right ankle when he heard about jumping and spinning, so he firmly refused. He turned back to take a walk to digest the food and then went to teach the students for half a day. As soon as Li Longji went back, he was entangled by the 3 prime ministers. The morning court had not been held yet, so Yao Chong was in charge of everything that needed to be discussed with the officials and departments. What did your majesty bring back today? Yao Chong didn't mention official business and asked curiously. Li Longji was in a dilemma. He didn't bring enough. The political affairs hall should have a set. It's something similar to a candle. I'll use it for you first and give it to the political affairs hall if it's useful. Li Longji found an excuse. The 3 prime ministers looked at each other and felt very sad. Your Majesty, the marriage between the Turks. Yao Chong said, No. In the future, if anyone wants to marry into the Tang dynasty, only the daughter of an outsider is allowed to enter the Tang dynasty. Tang daughters are not allowed to marry outside. Li Longji gave the answer. Why? Yao Chong asked. The mountain is high and the road is long. It's difficult to meet. I don't want the princess to suffer outside. Li Longji looked like a good father. The 3 prime ministers looked at each other again. How could there be such a reason? Your Majesty, the princess you promised to someone else wasn't yours, right? In the past, Princess Wenqing was a distant relative. Princess Jincheng in Tubo was Li Shouli's daughter. You don't want to give up someone else's daughter? Oh my God! Li Longji didn't want to explain. He said to the 3, regardless of whether it's a private market or not, no one is allowed to bring Tang dynasty tools out of the border markets with Tubo and Turks. All craftsmen are not allowed to bring them out. Good technology should be left in the Tang dynasty. If we can stop them, we should stop them. If we let them learn it, won't they have the money to fight us? When the prime ministers heard this, they instantly understood why they didn't marry outside. Every time they married a princess, they had to bring craftsmen and technology. We understand. Yao Chong agreed. He was narrow-minded to begin with. He also felt uncomfortable giving away good things. On the other side, Empress Wang went to Baifu Palace to deliver a set of things. There were 3 sets. One set was with her, one set was in His Majesty's office, and the last set was for the retired emperor. Others didn't have it. Even the favored Wu Jiu, who was good at singing and dancing, didn't need it. As soon as Empress Wang arrived at Baifu Palace with a large group of people, noble consort Lu took her hand and asked her to sit down and talk. Empress, you can't walk too fast in the palace. Be careful of your body. Noble consort Lu glanced at Empress Wang's belly and said, I know. I was in a hurry to send you good things today. Now they all know, right? Empress Wang was asking about her pregnancy. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, she couldn't hide it forever. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Noble consort Lu told Empress Wang. Others could only guess. I don't eat the food in the palace. I don't drink any medicine. I'm not afraid. Empress Wang said casually. Noble consort Lu was slightly relieved. She heard from her man that Zhuangzi's Li's medical skills were top-notch. She knew that she could only be at ease if Empress Wang's position was stable. At the same time, Li Dan was also safe. Noble consort Lu didn't know the history, but she could feel it. Chapter 188. West of Chang and outside Guanghua Gate. There were still a lot of people digging ice from the river, other than the original team organized by the government. There were also people who joined forces with other people. The people who joined forces didn't provide ice for the ice sculpture exhibition. They specifically looked for rich people and chose the best place to get ice. The price of good ice was naturally high. Some people were in charge of negotiating, while others organized the work. Whoever did the best would get more money. Sometimes, several groups of people would even fight for a good place. Fortunately, there were people from the government watching. No one was injured or killed. In addition to providing labor for the ice, there were also people who set up wooden shelves downstream of the river and canal outside the city and shook the coal balls with dustpans. Since the nearby coal mining area started to collect money, coal face became a good thing. They learned from the Li family Zhuangzi's migrant workers and shook the coal balls out to sell to the people in the city who burned coal. There was no washed coal in the coal mining area. It was all dry coal face. When it snowed, the top layer was frozen. They cut open the coal face and put it in an open box in a cart. Then they covered the flowers with a straw curtain and brought the cart back. They directly mixed the water by the river and rolled out coal balls. Shaking the coal balls was also organized. Some people called some people who didn't have animals or carts and used manpower to transport the coal from far away, including on their backs. They went out in the morning and came back in the afternoon. When they carried the coal, they occasionally stole some good coal. Naturally, the price was different. Others pooled money and hired a cart to transport the coal back and forth. When they had more money, they bought the cart and animals and found someone to shake the coal balls for them. There were also conflicts over price and manpower. Chang and city had started to be divided. Whichever square, or the east, west, north, and south of a square belonged to the owner. No one else was allowed to sell it. Pei Yaoqing stood next to the ice collection area and listened to the dozens of people talking. He shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the disputes are endless. The poor found a job to make money, but the poor bullied the poor. Pei Yaoqing remembered Li Yi's words. It was useless. He saved the people who were suffering, but turned around and made others suffer. Some of the people in Pyongkong Square were willing to be under unified management, while some of them even brought out the relatives of the emperor and completely ignored him, the county magistrate. However, the organization's activities still had to be organized to give the obedient people a chance to earn more money. He believed that others would come closer under the temptation of benefits. Pei Yaoqing pondered as he walked towards the south. There were people who shook briquettes there. However, those even further downstream had come looking for him, wanting to fight and kill him. The water used to shake the briquettes would form a layer of ice on the ground and continue to flow into the river. The villagers living below could not do anything. They could not wash their clothes or drink their water. Usually, in such a situation, they would not seek help from the authorities. They would just bring a large group of people and rush over. "Are you all right now?" Pei Yaoqing asked the yamen runner beside him. They retreated to the back. They have to walk a few more steps to get water. They also dug a few shallow pits to mix the water with the coal. The yamen runner introduced the situation of the briquettes gathering ground. The yamen ordered that the coal water was not allowed to enter the river, or else they would be arrested. When Pei Yaoqing heard that, they arrived at their destination. It was dirty. The first thing he felt was discomfort. The ground was covered with black coal powder. Some of it was frozen, and some of it was even covered with dust when the wind blew. Only a few people who were working wore their own masks. They learned from the Li family Zhuangzi. The rest had black faces, noses, and eyes. When they opened their mouths, black saliva would flow out from the gaps of their teeth. They would spit on the ground. Yes, it's not like that. Have you seen Li's place? They look clean when they shake the briquettes. Pei Yaoqing was not sure. When he saw it that day, he only remembered that there was a lot of work. He could not remember the details of shaking the briquettes. However, he was sure that it was not the same as what he saw now. The yamen runner beside him followed him and tried to recall, but he could not remember. What was going on? How did Zhuangzi shake the briquettes? Send someone on a horse to take a look. We cannot let them continue like this. When spring comes and it rains, the river will turn black again. Pei Yaoqing did not want to think about it anymore. He sent someone to take a look and learn from them. A yamen runner rode on a horse and went around the city. His speed was fast as he rode towards the east. The wind by the river today is not bad. Yes, set up the windmill and connect it with the baskets of coal powder. The molds must be controlled well. Don't let them lie in the mud. Coincidentally, Li was also watching how to shake the briquettes today. Previously, he wanted people to familiarize themselves with the rules and procedures. Now they began to use the tools. The briquettes were first to form the surface of the briquettes. Then they were separated horizontally and vertically into a square. The square was placed in a dustpan and the edges were ground off. The briquettes became briquettes. The reason why they were not burned directly was because the briquettes could be stacked together to prevent wind from blowing through. No matter how the briquettes were stacked, there would be gaps and it would be easy to burn. The molds used to be made from a horizontal wooden stick and a vertical wooden stick. People would press down hard and the briquettes would be split open. Now they changed to a metal grid. A rope was tied to a wooden frame. When the rope was pulled down, a small piece of briquettes would appear. It was fast and not tiring. As long as there was wind by the river, the windmill with the sails would be installed. It was like a mill stirring the briquettes. There was no need for a dustpan to be used to shake the briquettes. A pile of briquettes would be poured in and the briquettes would be stepped on. The briquettes would roll around and the edges would be ground off. The rest of the briquettes would be covered with grass curtains to prevent the briquettes from being blown away by the wind. The bailiff who was riding a horse saw this and was conflicted. This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to see something more primitive. How would others learn this? He dismounted from his horse and asked, "Li Dongzhu, how did they shake the briquettes? I mean the ashes." People outside the city shook the briquettes, but it was terrible. Li slapped his forehead. "It's my fault. First, use the pebbles to flatten the ground. We don't need to do this in the winter. Next, lay down a layer of yellow soil. The briquettes can be operated on top of it. When the time comes, we can water it and clean it up. Can it still be burned? Briquettes with yellow soil." The bailiff recalled and confirmed that the soil could not be burned. 5 or 4 parts of coal and 1 part of yellow soil. It can be burned. Let me teach you how to make a beehive briquettes. You can carry it and walk around. It weighs more than 10 kilograms. You can put a small pot on top of it. The disadvantage is that it doesn't have a chimney. Let them flatten the ground and then transport the yellow soil. We don't lack yellow soil here. Li Yi considered teaching others how to make beehive briquettes. It was easy to make a furnace. Li Yi turned and left after he finished speaking. He went to look for the blacksmiths. He remembered a very useful tool. It was much faster to make beehive briquettes than to shake briquettes. He only needed to press one briquettes and did not need to add any additional materials. The bailiff stood there and muttered to himself a few times. He remembered it and rode back on his horse. Before noon, the area where the briquettes were shaken began to be cleaned. The briquettes were piled to the side and a layer of yellow soil was pulled over. Another layer was placed on top of the yellow soil. When they were cleaning up, they shoveled out the yellow soil as well. It was very clean. Li Yi's Zhuangzi craftsmen had also finished making the items. The blacksmiths were in the process of forging. In front of them was a bamboo tube with a diameter of 3 inches. There were a few holes at the back of the tube. The thin bamboo was sharpened and inserted firmly into the holes. The hole in the middle was the largest. A bamboo pole that was 2 times thicker than the thin bamboo was riveted into the tube. He took the pole to the place where the briquettes were mixed. He dipped the pole in water and pressed it against the pile of briquettes. He moved it to the side and placed it on the ground. He picked it up and a beehive briquettes was ready. He just needed to dry it and let it dry. The disadvantage is that it is easy to break. The workshop is making iron. Take a look and see if it is useful. Li Yi passed the item to the worker beside him. The worker imitated Li Yi's actions. He dipped it in water, inserted it, moved it, and lifted it up. Chapter 189. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Chang, and celebrated the Lunar New Year. In another 4 days, other places celebrated the Lunar New Year. The price of goods in Chang and began to rise, and the transport of grain became busier. The people could not bear to eat food on normal days, but they had to buy it at the end of the year, such as a pork or a chicken. Those who could afford to make their own caramel candy, and those who could not make it naturally had to buy it. The children were the happiest this year, as their families were rich. At the coal-shaking field outside the city, a group of people shouted, "Ha! Ha! Oh! Humph!" Each of them had 1 or 2 tools to make honeycomb coal. The ones that Li Yi provided were large enough for people to use, but most of them were slightly thinner bamboo tubes. The craftsman discovered a secret. As long as there was a hole in the middle, the coal could be burned easily. Some craftsmen made small pieces of bamboo that were connected together to form a surface. They directly placed it on a pile of coal and stepped on it. After a few steps, they picked it up and knocked it on the ground, creating a pile of mini honeycomb coal. There was no need to shake the coal. They could just throw it into the furnace. The disadvantage was that the tools were easy to break and the quality of bamboo was far inferior to that of iron. Why are there still people shaking coal over there? After a few days, Pei Yaoqing once again wandered over and asked while pointing to a place. There are people in the city who are unwilling to burn small honeycomb coal, so a basket of coal increased the price by 2 to 3 copper coins. The bailiff knew the situation. Pei Yaoqing thought for a while and said, "Can other craftsmen find a substitute to make a portable furnace like the one from the Li family Zhuangzi?" "No, they can only use a clay furnace to hold the honeycomb coal. It is heavy, unless it is placed on a carriage. The price of Li Dongzhu's furnace is too high, and rich people may be willing to use it." The bailiff gave an answer and sighed. Even the bailiff was starting to think for the people. The most important thing was whether the people could afford to use a new item. Fine. Pei Yaoqing could not think of a solution. "Ming residents, why don't you ask Li Dongzhu?" The bailiff suggested. Pei Yaoqing shook his head. "If he can do it, he will definitely say it." "Not necessarily. Li Dongzhu sometimes can't remember." The bailiff felt that there was no problem that Li Yi could not solve. At this moment, Li Yi was solving the problem of the children. The children in the village were of different ages. The firecrackers were made. Every child above the age of 8 was given 100 small straw whips. They were very thin and had charcoal sticks inserted into them. Her Zhuangzi children were playing with each other, so she didn't whip their hair into braids. Instead, her hair was scattered. Otherwise, she would have to take them apart. The child with the small whip waved it around. Smack, smack. The younger children were unhappy. They wanted to play too, but they didn't. This was not the thing that troubled Li Yi. What he was worried about was why the children were as smart as he was when he was young. He used his fingernails to pinch the back of the whip, ignited it, and threw it out with a wave of his hand. Some waited for a while before throwing it out, letting the whip explode in midair. How smart! He knew how to attack from a distance. At the same time, the explosion in the air had the greatest lethality. I'll give you a new toy. Li Yi went to the workshop, the firecracker workshop, and adjusted the ratio of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. At the same time, the amount of sand increased. He didn't pursue the greatest flammability or expansion. He only wanted the sound. Then he smeared a paste on a large piece of paper and placed the adjusted things at a distance. Finally, he covered it with another piece of paper. He cut the paper into small paper cannons according to the place where the materials were placed. He used the yellow mud to make cylinders with a diameter of 1/2 inch and a height of 1/2 inch. Then he baked them. He sandwiched the paper between 2 pieces of mud, wrapped it with a layer of paper, and smeared it with paste. Li Yi picked up a few and went to the workshop outside. He threw them to the ground and a piece of mud fell. Smack! Done. Collect all their small whips. Both the big children and the small children have them. Throw them. Li Yi was very satisfied. He didn't need to make other chemical materials. A group of people went to catch the children and confiscate their things. A group of people helped to make the mud. They didn't have time to dry it, so they directly baked it, not counting the labor cost. Just the materials alone could make about 10 of them for 1 copper coin. When it was time for lunch, the unhappy children became happy again. After lunch, they ran out and threw the mud everywhere. After they threw the mud, they picked it up. Some of the mud was not damaged and could be used again. They peeled the paper off the damaged mud and put it in Zhuangzi's garbage basket. The paper was put in another basket. The garbage had to be sorted and the paper could be recycled. Brother E, in the football match this morning, many people heard that there would be bone soup and popcorn, so they all sat down. Some people even stood. Li Qingqi came over to talk about the football match. There were many people. Brother E, you don't know. The 2 strongest teams among the 4 Chang and teams played a match. The scene was grand. The audience cheered along. Li Qingqi continued to introduce the match. A match lasted for more than an hour. Including the halftime and the entrance, it was 2 hours. In the end, the score was 25-28. That was wonderful. The audience hated that they couldn't play the match themselves and helped to shout that someone stole the ball. After watching the match, many people talked about going to the shop where I advertised before they left. Li Qingqi said what he cared about the most. His purpose of playing football matches was to make money and then use the money on the people. Congratulations, brother. Li Yi congratulated him. He didn't watch the match because he didn't have time. He needed to exercise, practice his medical skills, copy medical books, give lectures, check accounts, and figure out new things. The most pleasant thing every day was strolling around Zhuangzi and watching the farmers and migrant workers live a good life. He felt a sense of achievement. Of course, he also gained longevity. Brother, there will be a match on the 25th of December at the ice rink. You organize it. I'll prepare the prizes for you. Li Yi found it troublesome and asked his brother to take care of it. Okay, it's lively. Li Qingqi was addicted. Dongzhu Mu Qingxi, who came a few days ago, brought cows again. 10 cows. This time the cows are good. Songda ran over. He didn't hide the smile on his face. I'll go take a look. Li Qingqi trotted to the main road in Zhuangzi. A group of people came over. Li Dongzhu, I brought my family here today. 10 cows. We'll stay here today and take a look tomorrow morning, the old man said to Li Yi kindly. A woman in her 40s stood next to him. The first impression she gave was that she was dignified. Not bad. You're pleasing to the eye, young man, the woman said to Li Yi. A few titles popped up in Li Yi's mind. Annie, Andy, Auntie, Granny. In the end, it changed to, thank you, Madame Wu. Okay. As the woman spoke, she took out a jade pendant from her sleeve. She pulled Li Yi's hand and put on. Wear it. You're a good kid. Li Yi wanted to refuse, but found that his hand was held. He could only nod. Ihui, keep it well. Squire Mu and Madame Mu, please come in. They went to the courtyard arranged for the old man. On the way, they saw children smashing things, making crisp sounds. What are the children playing with? The old man asked naturally. Firecrackers for the children to play with, Li Yi said as he waved his hand. A few children ran over. Give me a few. Li Yi stretched out his hand. The children took out firecrackers from their pockets. Enough, enough. Go play. Don't throw them at the poultry and livestock. Also, don't throw them at the firewood. Li Yi warned again. He took out a few firecrackers and introduced them to the others. Each of them threw 2. It was quite interesting. How much does this cost? The woman suddenly asked. 1 copper coin can make 10 for now. Later it can make 20. Li Yi gave 2 prices. The children threw a lot of money? The woman asked, distressed. Just like playing and eating snacks, you have to pay to watch people dance. Li Yi felt that he shouldn't let the person who gave him a piece of jade misunderstand. Is it beneficial to the people? The old man asked directly. Yes. Li Yi nodded in response. Chapter 190. Brother Yi, how can it be beneficial to the people if you hear 10 sounds and you lose a copper coin? Li Qingqi was in charge of supporting I Ching. Songda. Li Yi called out to the steward, Dong Zhu. The steward, who was thinking about the 10 new cows, was very happy. Recruitment tomorrow. Zhuangzi will provide paper cannons and paper. Ask the people in the city to make cannons with mud. 1 copper coin for 50 people. Li Yi instructed Songda. Got it, Dong Zhu. Songda replied. Turning his head, Li Yi said to the old man, This is beneficial to the people. Pay people to hire people? The old man couldn't understand for a moment. In his opinion, beneficial to the people meant fertilizing, breeding, raising seedlings, transplanting seedlings, harvesting, threshing, and shelling. This was a one-stop service. How did it become recruitment? Recruitment is beneficial to the people? Good idea, Brother Yi. Those who can't do other manual labor, especially the women, can do it at home. They will be paid. Li Qingqi's way of thinking had changed. Hiring people to do work was to provide jobs. The more people there were, the more money there would be, and the better life would be. Why don't you ask the people in your village to do it? The woman was puzzled. Mixing the mud, making the paste, and making it. It's considered a lot to be able to make 500 people in 2 hours. If it's 1 copper coin for 50 people, it'll be 10 copper coins. After deducting the money for the paste, it'll be a little more than 8 copper coins. There are 24 hours a day, at most 10 hours to do the work, and at least 8 hours. There's also housework to take care of. It's more than 30 copper coins a day. The villagers in Zhuangzi don't pay this much. Li Yi gave the reason. The villagers in Zhuangzi only paid more than 30 copper coins a day. Moreover, it was this kind of work that didn't have any technical difficulty. Brother Yi's villagers are now literate. They also know simple mathematics and know how to divide the work. They pay the most attention to the safety of the fortifications. Li Qingqi chimed in from the side. The villagers in the farmstead did the same work much faster than others. The more manpower the work required, the more efficient the people in Zhuangzi would be. They had a tacit understanding. When a new job was given, the farmers would look at the operation manual and discuss it with each other. They would immediately divide the work and cooperate with each other. They could even make improvements as they worked. Li Dan understood, but she was not convinced. You think the people in Zhuangzi are stronger than the others? Naturally, if we ask the villagers to make it, they might be the same as everyone else at first, making 500 in 2 hours. After a few days, they will figure out a faster method on their own. It won't be difficult to make 1,000 in 2 hours, or even faster. Li Yi was a little proud of himself. The villagers were good at thinking, and were all nurtured by him. Li Qingqi spoke again. This is an excellent team. For example, the army is made up of people with 2 eyes and 1 mouth. The wing knights are more powerful than the 1,000 bull guards. How much for one? The woman was curious about the price. How much? Li Yi looked at his brother. 1 coin each, Li Qingqi answered. Why is it so expensive? Li Dan thought about the cost price and found that the profit was too high. At first glance, 50 cannons were worth 6 coins, so the price was 50 coins. There are many rich people in Chang, and it's not easy for children to get a piece of malt candy. Children eat the candied haws, and throw away the rest. Li Qingqi talked about the gap between the rich and the poor. Exactly, Li Yi said. The people who eat in the heavenly world look at the people who eat soup pancakes in other places. One is in the heavenly world and the other is in the mortal world. Alas! Li Dan suddenly sighed. She found that it was indeed so. Children from poor families were reluctant to spend 1 coin. Children from rich families didn't care about 1 coin. If it was 1 coin for 1 cannon, 1 coin could buy 1,000 cannons, which would last for a long time. Squire Moo, Madam Moo, now is the time to do some inspection. We'll do the rest tomorrow. Li Yi didn't want to waste time on meaningless sentimentality. Okay, Li Dan agreed. He accompanied his wife, noble consort Lu, and Li Yi into the magical courtyard with facilities that didn't seem to exist in the mortal world. Before dinner, some inspections were done. For the time being, no problems were found. They would continue tomorrow. Everyone went to the dining hall. In a separate small room, the maids and eunuchs stood there. They felt that General Gao was too far-sighted. He knew that the people at the top of the palace would come, so he asked them to stay in the beginning. Noble consort Lu saw the children who were playing before coming over. They were completely different from before. Now they were quiet and tranquil. Their clothes were tidied up, their hair was tidied up, and their faces and hands were clean. They took the plates and chose the dishes they wanted to eat. Then they went to the special area to eat. They didn't fight, make noise, or shout. She followed them and saw a large group of children sitting there eating with their heads down. The same style of clothes decorated the whole dining hall area solemnly and sacred. This is a prosperous time. Noble consort, Lu said softly. She turned and wiped the corners of her eyes and went back to the small room. She finally knew why Li Longji always went to Zhuangzi. Besides asking for advice, the most important thing was that he could see what he wanted to see here. The farmers in Zhuangzi used to be the same as the people in other places, but now they had changed. In other words, as long as they worked hard, other places in the Tang dynasty could be the same. Looking at the food, noble consort Lu felt sorry for Li Longji. Children didn't have it easy. It seemed that only in Zhuangzi could they find a trace of peace in their hearts. Why not go to Shi City in Chang and, seeing a group of people hawking and the pitiful appearance of children beside adults? Coming to Zhuangzi was a kind of escape. However, the food smelled really good. It was better than the food in heaven on earth. If the farmers earned dozens of copper coins a day, it wouldn't be enough to pay for a dish. No, even 1 bite wouldn't be enough. Vegetables were not something that ordinary people could eat in winter. They sat down. Li Dan didn't serve any staple food. It was just vegetables. There wasn't much meat, but there was a glass of wine. Brother Yi, isn't it time to take out the drunken crabs? Li Qingqi saw that Li Yi's dish was fried with oysters and eggs and thought of crabs. The crabs he bought were all sent to Li Yi to be made into drunken crabs. It was almost the new year. Any time. Take a few jars with you when you leave tomorrow. Remember, don't eat too much, even if it's drunken crabs. Li Yi almost forgot about the crab. Being reminded, he swallowed his saliva. Slander. Can I eat it? Li Dan asked Li Yi. Yes. Li nodded. Li Dan turned to Li Qingqi and said, Can I buy it from you? Let's discuss the price later. Li Qingqi agreed and sent it to Baifu Hall. Noble consort Lu smiled and looked at them. She found that it was good to have a zhuangzi who could always provide good things. After taking a bite of the mutton, she praised, This meat is good. It's stewed well and chewed easily. Add hawthorn when stewing it. Li Yi didn't keep it a secret. She gave it to him. There's actually such a saying. I didn't know about it before. Noble consort Lu noted it down. When they returned to Baifu Hall, she would ask someone else to do it and give them some pointers. They talked in low voices. They didn't follow the rule of not talking while eating. They mainly asked Li Dan and noble consort Lu about their daily lives. They asked about Zhuangzi's workshop, the children's studies, and the students' studies. Halfway through the meal, there was a figure outside the room. The person even knocked on the door twice. Is Li Dongzhu here? I'm here again. I won't be leaving tonight. As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open and an old man came in. The old man was full of smiles and seemed to be very happy. Then he saw another old man and the woman beside him. His smile, it became unnatural, but he continued to smile. Li Qingqi hurriedly said, This old man also comes here often. He's quite a good person. Chapter 191. Yes, there are too many people. I'll go out and eat first. I'll find you later, Li Dongzhu. Yao Chong, who came in, saw that retired emperor and imperial consort Dolu were present. He threw down a sentence and turned to leave. What's the matter with him? Li Dan saw Yao Chong come in the evening and thought it was a matter of court. Li Qingqi said it's nothing. He doesn't care how many people there are in the room. He'll definitely say it. That's good. Li Dan was relieved. He thought there was a difficult matter in the political affairs hall and came to ask about it. He didn't want to delay it. Yes, that was what Li Dan thought. When Empress Wang and Li Longji arrived at Baifu Hall, Li Yi was guaranteed to be among the things they said, especially Empress Wang, who said that the 3 prime ministers were paid by the imperial court, but when they asked Li Yi, they didn't give him a single cent. After dinner, Li Yi found that the old man didn't come. He asked around and found out that he went to sleep in the small courtyard. However, this time he brought a dead deer. After bleeding it, it was frozen hard. Venison just one? Make it tomorrow and put it in Zhuangzi's canteen. Li Yi said to Songda, who reported. How do you make it? Songda had eaten venison before, but only once roasted it. Stir-fry it with cumin, braise it and prepare some stew. Add dates and wolfberries and a few ginseng roots. Li Yi chose 3 things. This was a pure wild animal, but it wasn't protected. If a tiger appeared in a place, the yamen would reward it. Li Yi went to the inpatient building to see Zhuya Jinshan. Zhuya Jinshan was drinking with his son, Zhuya Fugua, over a mutton pot. His pneumonia was cured. He stopped the injection yesterday and could be discharged tomorrow after a day of observation. Zhuya Jinshan, who was alive, seemed to be in a good mood. His complexion was much better than when he first came. When Li Yi came, the 2 got up and thanked him. You can leave tomorrow. I'll give you some soap, toilet water, glycerin, dried oysters, and dried sea cabbage. Take it back and enjoy it yourself. While you're at it, sell it and exchange it for something else. Next time, let's exchange for new goods. Li Yi didn't forget to take advantage of the opportunity to do business. He sent a batch first to give the other party some capital. The Zhuangzi Fugua was reluctant to leave. He had seen a lot during his time in Zhuangzi, and he really wanted to stay. However, his clansmen were still there, and he had to go back and lead them. I heard that Li Dongzhu doesn't like gems and other things. What can I use to exchange? Zhuya Jinshan was ready to ask his son to send more things to Li Yi in the future, although it was His Majesty's arrangement. What if Li Yi said that he could not cure it? If she were to fall sick again in the future, she would have to rely on the godly doctor. Li Yi nodded and said, "Luxury goods are useless to me. You can trade with other Turks and Tubo for raisins and dried melons, but I like them. Do you want a horse?" The Jia Fugwa wanted to repay Li Yi. "It's best to keep your tribe's horses and exchange them for other horses. I want both good and bad horses. Good horses can be used to ride. Bad horses can pull carriages, and they can be used to breed with donkeys." Li Yi considered that the Shadua tribe had a good relationship with the Tang dynasty, so he didn't want to take their blood. Speaking of horses, Li Yi thought of something else. "I want wool, but I don't want felt. Give me the wool, and I'll knit sweaters. What else do you want?" The Zhuya Fugwa nodded. "Melons, bring me some melon seeds. I'll try to plant them. Without the special climate and environment, melons won't be sweet if planted elsewhere." Li Yi wanted to plant the cantaloupe in the greenhouse. He wanted to see if he could adjust it to increase the sugar content. Of course, he also wanted to plant it in the wrong season. Even if it wasn't sweet in winter, the price of the melon was still high. Zhuya Fugwa said, "I've planted it before. It's not like grapes. Other melons are as sweet as water." "That's right." Li Yi admitted that, not to mention how skilled he was at that time, Hami melons still couldn't be found anywhere else. "You have desert cistanche. It's recorded in Shinnong's Materia Medica. Do you know about it?" Li Yi asked about the medicine. The desert cistanche of the Shadua tribe couldn't be compared to the Anbei Protectorate's soft dayun, but it was still a medicinal herb and was needed by the Tang dynasty. "Yes, it's in the desert. It's just that it's not easy to get. You can only find it if you're lucky." The Jia Fugwa said that he knew about it and could get it. "I have a way to plant it. You can plant any plant that desert cistanche can grow. I'll write it down today and give it to you tomorrow morning." Li Yi planned to let the Shadua tribe graft desert cistanche. He wasn't familiar with the Anbei Protectorate and didn't know anyone there. He would find a chance to talk about it in the future. The Jia Fugwa had eaten desert cistanche before and knew its benefits. When he heard that it could be planted, he believed it and agreed. Li Yi said goodbye and was sent out of the door. He went back to his courtyard and started to write the procedure. The hard dayun and soft dayun methods were similar, but the soft dayun method was more detailed. Li Qingqi didn't fiddle with the light bulbs in Zhuangzi today. He stood outside his father's courtyard and waited for the lights to go out before returning to his own place. He picked up the pen and wrote down the situation of today's football match. He wanted to see if there were any areas that could be improved or eliminated. What should he do in the future when he sold tickets, opened bets, expanded the audience seats, and snowed heavily? There were many things to do. Li Qingqi knew that as long as he asked Brother Yi, all the problems would be solved. However, he didn't want to do that. He wasn't a good-for-nothing. "None of you are willing to pay for the benefits I've discussed with you. After this advertisement makes money, if you want to talk to me again, I'll sell the advertisement position." Li Qingqi wrote, thought, and talked to himself. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He couldn't help but chuckle. Outside, the villagers pushed the dining carts to deliver food to Li Qingqi's guards, who were guarding outside. Except for a dozen people who entered the courtyard together, the rest of them were guarding Zhuangzi and a few other places. This included Li Dan's men. Yao Chang's men followed Yao Chong into the courtyard. Li Qingqi's men would take turns to eat in the canteen and then go back to live in the former houses of the villagers and students. As soon as Li Dan came, Li Qingqi's guards were worried about the safety of the retired emperor, so they cooperated with Li Dan's men to guard all the places tightly. They were prepared to eat military rations. Seeing that they didn't come to eat, the villagers felt distressed. As soon as Dongzhu's sworn brother came, the villagers would feel at ease. Therefore, after the incident with Li Dan last time, the villagers took the initiative to deliver the food this time. They didn't talk much, just put down the food and left. Finally, we can eat something hot. Li Qingqi's guards breathed a sigh of relief. The dry rations and water in their water bags couldn't be compared with the food in the canteen. It's not just hot. There's a lot of meat. We'll be strong after eating. Another guard served himself a dish and drank a mouthful of soup in the cold wind. Now that the retired emperor is here, we can't move. It's better for His Majesty. At least when His Majesty comes, we can take turns to go to the canteen. Someone complained. Who would be willing to keep watch outside after eating cold food? Don't say it. If the villagers hear it, 100 heads won't be enough to chop off. The person who spoke before quickly warned. They're still hanging lanterns. Do they want to illuminate the whole of Zhuangzi? How much does it cost to burn candles in red silk lanterns for a night? The silk lanterns can still be used next year. The red paper lanterns are more brittle. I don't think they'll take down the lanterns after hanging them up. After the new year, they'll still be lit at night. Why do they have so many lanterns on weekdays? It's bright. It's beautiful. Look at the villagers. When they change shifts at night, they all have different moods when they walk under the lanterns. Yes, Li Dongzhu takes care of the villagers the most. He's so rich that he makes everything himself. Candles are expensive elsewhere. Zhuangzi can't use much money. Who's the hidden sentry? Hurry up and eat. Get ready to change shifts. The guards ate and chatted. Under the warm light of the lanterns, they didn't feel so cold. Chapter 192. On the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, the day of the ice skating competition was approaching. A group of people was training on the ice. There weren't many children, and the people who were skating were no longer the rich people from the beginning. Instead, they found the male servants or hired helpers at home to practice and relied on them for the competition. Before dawn, Li Qingqi got up and patrolled the area to check on the situation of the guards before heading to the workshop. At the first glimmer of dawn, Li Dan and Imperial concubine Dalu were helped to wash up. Li Yi began the inspection for the day. As usual, Li Dan accompanied his wife and looked around curiously. Where's Li Yi? I'm looking for Li Yi. Yao Chong finished cleaning up half an hour later than Li Yi. He ran to Li Yi's courtyard and saw Li Qingqi sitting on a chair by the door. What do you want to do by inspecting the imperial consort? Li Qingqi didn't intend to move aside or stand up. When will she recover? Yao Chong looked anxious. Minister Yao, why don't you eat first? If her gastrointestinal tract isn't good, she should eat porridge. If her gastrointestinal tract isn't good, she should drink milk. Brother Yi said that milk is more nutritious than porridge, but milk will irritate some people's stomachs. Li Qingqi didn't intend to eat. He wanted to keep watch. Yao Chong looked around and revealed a smug smile. King Song, do you know how to make use of people? Scheming against others? Li Qingqi looked at Yao Chong and gave him a mocking answer. Yao Chong took a deep breath and recovered. King Song, the skill of 100 craftsmen requires the strength of 100 craftsmen. Li Yi might have some ingenious ideas, but how much can a single person do? Yao Chong said as he took out something from his sleeve. Li Qingqi yawned. Doing something is beneficial to the people. Minister Yao, the Confucian arts you learned can't tolerate the Mahist arts? I'm here to let Li Yi know that there are countless capable people in the world, and Boss Missouri is proud of his small skills. Yao Chong took out another item. Previously, it was a paper box the size of half a bar of soap. This time he took out a lighter. He crouched down and put the box on the ground, opened the lid, and took out a roll of velvet paper, which was used to start a fire with a flint. Then he flicked open the lid of the lighter with a ding. Bang! Li Qingqi jumped up from his chair, dashed forward, and kicked the paper box away. Prime Minister Yao, you dare to assassinate me? Yao Chong was taken aback. He looked at the lighter in his hand and then at the cardboard box that was kicked away. King Song, are you trying to frame me? What do you want? Did you ignite it? Boom! Li Qingqi stared at Yao Chong and asked. As expected, King Song's mind is nimble. This minister calls upon hundreds of craftsmen to come up with new things. Someone used saltpeter, sulfur, wood shavings, and honey to create something that can produce sparks and explode mud and stone. In the cardboard box just now, only sparks could be seen. If it was ignited at night, it would be a real firework. Wealthy families would definitely be willing to buy it. It can be used to create mud and stone. If there is enough of it, it can be used in wars. How does it compare to Li Yi's? Yao Chong introduced the item that he brought along and explained the formula. Li Qingqi looked at Yao Chong carefully. After a dozen breaths, he pulled Yao Chong, picked up the cardboard box that was kicked away, and walked forward. When they arrived at the second small square in Zhuangzi, he placed Yao Chong's cardboard box on the ground and looked at it. Prime Minister Yao Chong, step back. God knows if this will explode. Let me light it. Li Qingqi gestured for Yao Chong to step back. Yao Chong slowly stepped back and looked at the cardboard box with his hands in his sleeves. Li Qingqi reached into his pockets. He had quite a few pockets in his clothes. He took out his lighter, squatted down, and prepared to jump out at any moment. Then he stretched out his hand, lit it, and ran. The tinder burned very quickly and went into the cardboard box. Then the cardboard box spurted out a puff of smoke and sparks. In less than a breath, it was gone. Yao Chong took out another cardboard box and said, King Song, choose this. Li Qingqi looked at the size of the cardboard box and nodded. He placed it further away, lit it, and ran. Boom! This time there was a big commotion. The smoke was still as thick as before. When this thing is big, it can startle horses and also explode people. Yao Chong raised his chin slightly, signaling Li Qingqi to praise it. Li Qingqi looked at Yao Chong again and said, The person who can make this is not bad. He can come to Zhuangzi and learn from my brother, Yi. Learn? It's Li Yi who learned it from someone else, right? Yao Chong expressed his disdain. Sigh. Li Qingqi shook his head. He reached into his pocket and took out an item that was about an inch thick and a meter long. There was a linen cover on the outside of the item. He took it off and tore a piece of paper at the bottom. He tore it open and revealed a line. He looked around and carefully placed the item vertically on the ground. He even shook it a little to make sure that it wouldn't fall. Then he took a deep breath, squatted down, lit the lighter, and moved closer to the line. As soon as the lighter was lit, he jumped out, covered his ears, and shut his mouth. Yao Chong didn't understand. He was stunned. You lit a big incense. Lit it from the bottom? Boom! With a loud sound, the item on the ground flew up into the sky. Yao Chong's vision blurred, and he looked up. Boom! With another sound, Yao Chong's body trembled violently. His ears were buzzing. After a while, the pieces of paper fell from the sky. Yao Chong was still in a daze. Prime Minister Yao Chong, Prime Minister Yao, wake up. Li Qingqi walked over and called out to Yao Chong while holding back his laughter. This, what is this? Yao Chong opened his mouth and pressed his ears as he asked with lingering fear. This is Brother Yi's second kick, and he wants to sell it too. Prime Minister Yao, what do you think of it? Li Qingqi smiled. At this moment, a group of children ran over. The first one that Yao Chong brought had sounded, and when the children heard it, they thought that someone was playing with firecrackers. But when they saw the scattered pieces of paper on the ground and saw Li Qingqi, they turned around and ran away. Yao Chong's expression changed. He pursed his lips and frowned at the same time. This item is too dangerous. It should be handed over to the royal court. Yao Chong said. Li Qingqi reached into his pocket and took out an identical item. Yao Chong shuddered. King Song, you want to harm an official? Prime Minister Yao, don't you want it? Here, take it and play with it. Li Qingqi passed it to Yao Chong. Yao Chong took a step back and said, Don't! Be careful not to blow it up. The item that I took was blown up when they were making it. They used heavy objects to smash it, and your item fell to the ground. So, you didn't pay attention to the safety of production. Even so, you still want Brother E to hand it over to the royal court? Which workshop do you want me to blow up? Li Qingqi chuckled. The children ran over again and carefully cleaned up the scraps of paper in the small square with a brush and broom. Yao Chong and Wang Chong didn't say a word as they watched on. When the children were almost done, they reached into their pockets and took out firecrackers. Pa! Pa! It was thrown up. What is it this time? Yao Chong asked casually. Brother E was afraid that the children would be hurt by my firecrackers, so he specially made a small item that won't hurt anyone. It's called a firecracker. Li Qingqi explained patiently. I still have some matters to attend to in the royal court. I'll take my leave first. Yao Chong turned around and prepared to leave. He was here to show off, and he couldn't help but feel that someone had made something incredible. Yet, before he could show it off to the person in question, King Song had already bragged about it. Even now, his ears were still ringing. Prime Minister Yao, aren't you going to eat breakfast? If you have any difficult matters to decide, why don't you ask my brother E? Li Qingqi continued attacking him verbally. You can't make things, but you can't handle political matters either. I'll eat. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment before deciding that he couldn't leave on an empty stomach. Chapter 193. Li Yi finished checking noble consort Lu's body at around 9:30 a.m. Like Li Dan, she needed more sunlight. Her left knee showed signs of rheumatism, but she didn't need to take any medicine or plaster. She just needed to keep warm and soak in a hot spring. If your family can afford it, you can borrow some warm water, Li Yi said to noble consort Lu. I can borrow some. Li Dan said that his family could get a hot spring. You can't catch a cold. Wrap it with a leather pad, preferably dogskin. Li Yi taught her how to keep warm. Dogs didn't have sweat glands because their skin didn't have sweat glands. When making plasters, the medicine wouldn't be excreted through the sweat glands. I'll kill the dog later. Li Dan said that this wasn't a problem. The three of them talked about going for breakfast. Li Qingqi didn't eat and waited. Li Dan looked around. Where's the old man? He left after breakfast. He left a few things, firecrackers. It's different from Brother Yi's. He used sulfur, saltpeter, sawdust, and honey. Li Qingqi placed 4 paper boxes on the table. When Li Dan heard about Bai Gong, he didn't ask any more questions. In his eyes, Li Yi was the best craftsman. Li Yi, on the other hand, was interested. He picked up a box and opened it on the table next to him. He washed his hands again, asked someone to take it away, and found a place to light it for the children. How is it? Li Qingqi wanted to make a comparison. Li Yi thought for a moment and said, there's still a long way to go. It's so different from yours. Li Qingqi felt that it was good enough that Yao Xiang's things could shoot sparks and explode. The materials aren't good enough. The purification isn't good enough. The ratio isn't good enough. There's also the manufacturing process. Some medicines are powder, some are granules. Propellants are different from explosives. Li Yi briefly explained the technology involved. He came here just to present something. Noble consort Lu asked the main point. Yao Chong, are you so free? You came here last night and left after having breakfast this morning. Aren't you going to attend His Majesty's morning court? It's said that a group of people are also looking for a job. They want to study techniques that will benefit the people and make new medicines according to the methods of the previous generations. They want to ask for Brother Yi's advice. Li Qingqi tactfully explained the reason. Humph. Li Dan snorted in dissatisfaction and asked, why did you leave again? I played a second kick, and he said he would go back and ask the craftsman to continue studying it. Ha ha ha. Li Qingqi was overjoyed when he thought about it. Li Yi didn't laugh. He looked at Li Qingqi and said, Big brother, if you can find him, give him a copy of the safety operating manual for the gunpowder workshop in Zhuangzi. Give it to him. Li Qingqi was displeased. Sell it to him. Li Yi knew that his brother was on his side. Anyway, those people could hire hundreds of workers and had money. All right, I'll help you sell it. Li Qingqi finally felt comfortable again. Don't set the price too high. 2 cows are about the same. Li Yi gave the price. All right, I want 2 cows with calves. Li Qingqi agreed, but changed the price a little. After dinner, Li Dan and noble consort Lu said that they were not in a hurry to go back. They also didn't want Li Yi to accompany them. Instead, they went to Zhang family's village with their men. Brother Yi Chang, and is very expensive now. Aren't you going to sell the chickens and ducks in your village? If they get sick, a lot of them will die. Li Qingqi talked about another matter. He wanted to take the opportunity to make money. It was almost the new year. They won't get sick with the medicine. I have use for the chickens and ducks, so I specially raise them. I feed them different things in summer and autumn. I even raise maggots to feed them now. As for the pigs, I can release a batch and see if there are people in a hurry to sell piglets. I'll catch piglets and bring them back. Li Yi refused to sell the chickens and ducks. As for the geese, there were only a few of them and they were used to lay eggs. In addition to the salted goose eggs, the egg drop soup was made of goose eggs. It was seasoned to reduce the smell. After taking a walk to digest the food, Li Yi went back to the autopsy room. At the same time, he was in a good mood. He felt that a group of rich people saw that Zhuangzi was making money by relying on technology, so they joined forces to recruit workers and research new technologies together. If he really came up with a lot of new technologies, theoretically speaking, he would be promoting the development of society. I hope you can think differently and don't be restricted. Li Yi muttered to himself. He changed his clothes and studied. Li Qingqi complained about Yao Chong. He went to the workshop to get the safety manual. The people in the workshop deleted and edited the manual and handed it to Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi turned around and went to Zhang family's village to find his father and noble consort Lu. Li Dan and Empress Lu had a good time shopping. Noble consort Lu was a person who had experienced a lot of hardships. The key was that she didn't have any children like Empress Wang. She always raised other people's children. For example, Li Longji was raised by her. She raised more than one child. Li Dan's second child, Li Qingyi, was also raised by her. And it was when the conditions were very bad. At that time, someone stirred up trouble and said that the harem used the Yen Sheng technique, which was a curse. Then the 2 women ranked above noble consort Lu were killed. Seeing that the situation was bad, noble consort Lu wanted to leave. I want to go out. I don't want to play anymore. In fact, it meant that she was withdrawing from the struggle. Don't worry about me. Just raise a child for others. After that, Li Dan was turned back to the crown prince and lived in fear. She didn't know how to give birth, but raising children was no problem. She was the closest to Empress Wang. In addition to the fact that Empress Wang was the empress of Li Longji, whom she raised, Empress Wang didn't have any children before. Of course, what she didn't know was that, according to the development of history, Empress Wang was also tricked by the Yen Sheng technique. Now, she liked the children in Zhang family's village very much. It's better outside the palace. The children are innocent and unaffected. Noble consort Lu said to Li Dan with a smile when she saw a group of children eating candied haws. This candied haws are not as good as the ones sold by Qingqi. It has less sugar. Li Dan commented on the candied haws. He didn't want to think about those children in the palace. They were all scheming against each other. He didn't know when they would kill each other again. He was tired of it. He just wanted to live the rest of his life peacefully. However, he was not willing to die so soon. He wanted to see more of the world. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Li Qingqi came over with the safety manual and persuaded them. He could see that the 2 of them were about to leave Zhang family's village. It's inconvenient. If we reveal our identities, we can stay in the imperial plantation. Everyone come and take a look. Noble consort, Lu refused. She didn't want to cause trouble for her son. I have a way. Give brother E 10 cows and tell him that you need to rest for a while to recover from the pain in your legs. Listen to me. We won't go back until the new year. Li Qingqi's eyes turned red as he spoke. He knew that Zhuangzi was the most comfortable place for him. The children on Zhuangzi were the most adorable. Especially now that it was the holidays, the little guys would run around and always find something fun to do. Noble consort, Lu didn't agree or refuse. Instead, she changed the topic. You have to send the safety manual to Prime Minister Yao. Otherwise, people will die. Li Yi is a kind-hearted child. He won't be able to achieve great things. Li Dan commented. What great things? That's good. Li Qingqi was happy. Imperial father meant that Li Yi was soft-hearted. If other people competed with each other, many people might die because of gunpowder. Not only did Li Yi not wait to watch the show, but he also provided help. A person who could achieve great things would even kill his own son. If his brother used a knife, countless people would die. Therefore, Li Yi was not in danger. They could rest assured. Chapter 194. Prime Minister Yao is also in a difficult position. Normally, he doesn't dare to hesitate when saving people, and with the emperor's heart attached to him, his authority is not stable. Li Dan talked about Yao Chong. Yao Chong was the prime minister in charge of dealing with emergencies. Everything had to be done quickly. In the end, when he needed power the most, Li Longji's heart was set on an outsider. How could Yao Chong not be anxious? Brother, he doesn't fight for power. Prime Minister Yao Chong is overthinking things. Li Qingqi said that Yao Chong was narrow-minded. Brother, he also did not leave Zhuangzi. Every day he would study medicine, teach classes, and lead the people of Zhuangzi to live a good life. Every few days he would throw out something that would benefit the people. If you don't ask him, he won't take the initiative to talk to you. Noble consort Lu smiled and said, Li, that child, no matter how you look at him, he's gentle and kind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a matter of writing some articles when people came to bully us twice. What else can I do? Li Qingqi felt that Brother Yi's methods were not ruthless enough. Every time he finished dealing with someone, he would take a step back. Those who can save a person's life can also take a person's life. If a mortal disease can be cured, wouldn't it be easy to kill someone? Li Dan said to her son. Brother Yi said that he would never use his medical skills to kill. I believe him because if Brother Yi wants to kill someone, he has the means to do so. I also believe him. Li Qingqi had absolute confidence in Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi was able to come to the imperial plantation and listen to the 1,000-character classic because of God's guidance. Noble consort Lu walked over and helped up a child who had fallen while holding a tonghulu. The tonghulu was stained with mud. Someone rinsed the tonghulu with water. Don't cry. Noble consort Lu squatted there and said to the 5 or 6-year-old child who was about to cry. The children around him came over to persuade him. The older child directly used the candied haws in his hand to exchange with the younger one. Then the little brother cried. There was a hawthorn missing from the big brother's candied hawthorn, and the big brother ate it. Ha 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 ha, Li Qingqi laughed out loud. The servants and protectors hurriedly took out water bags filled with hot water from their backpacks, rinsed the candied haws and changed them back. The little guy licked his lips and instantly stopped crying. Even a child knows how much we've lost, let alone the common people of the world. Li Dan insisted on raising the topic. Imperial Father, you have to work hard to get it. The children in the Zhang family's village have candied haws, so they need to work. Li Qingqi followed suit. It was impossible for him to take anything for free, including the child. What can children do? Noble consort Lu smiled as she looked at the group of children playing there. Help clean up the manure of the cows and horses. When the coal carts pass by, collect the coal and coals that fall off. Li Qingqi explained the children's work. No wonder the road is so clean. Noble consort Lu felt that it was good. Just like in the palace, there were no other things that shouldn't be there. After that, Li Dan and noble consort Lu saw someone walking out of the village's courtyard. They seemed to be heading to the same place. From his clothes, one could tell that he was not from an ordinary family. This is... Noble consort Lu was curious again. Developing tourism is... Li Qingqi began to introduce what tourism was. He also introduced the contents of the primary industry, secondary industry, and tertiary industry. Its lodging. Li Dan gave his understanding. Imperial father, lodging is a must. The tourism industry of the tertiary industry specially came here to stay. Chang An's magistrate, Pei Yaoqing, took a lot of good ideas from Brother Yi. He, Li Qingqi, continued to introduce. His heart ached as he spoke. The main reason was that Pei Yaoqing didn't give much in return. No one came to cause trouble because he and the palace had secretly spread the word. Logically speaking, Pei Yaoqing was the one who should protect the interests of Zhuangzi the most. Strategies that benefited the people were political achievements. What kind of people could provide political achievements and strategies to others? Counting up, most of the people who raised the diners couldn't provide good ideas. My third young master's people were taken advantage of by others? Noble consort Lu, who had always been gentle, was unhappy at this moment. She often went to the temples and monasteries to interpret the divination sticks. Her words were ambiguous. When it came to the specific methods, she acted as if it was a heavenly secret that couldn't be revealed. What she thought was, if Pei Yaoqing spent a lot of incense money to go to the temple, would the monks give him such specific methods? Alas, Li Qingqi looked sad. Brother Yi is like this. If you ask him about individual policies, he will tell you about individual policies. If you ask about the policies of a family, he will tell you about the policies of a family. If you ask about states and counties, he will tell you about states and counties. If you ask about national policies, he will tell you about them. What did third young master ask about? Li Dan was curious. Third young master asked about the Tubo Turks. Brother Yi said there were no major problems in the recent 2 years, so third young master was relieved. Li Qingqi still hadn't calmed down and was dissatisfied with Pei Yaoqing. Why is the tofu pudding gone? While they were talking, they walked to the dining hall of the Zhang family's village. It was actually a shed. The wind was leaking and someone was angry. Li Dongzhu only gave us this. He said it would be a waste if we couldn't finish it, the villager explained righteously. Li Dongzhu? Why is he? What kind of porridge is that? Give me a bowl. I don't want dry porridge. I want to eat steamed buns. The voice that had just roared angrily suddenly changed pitch. Why is it like this? Noble consort Lu could sense the change in people's emotions. The Prime Minister is magnanimous and convinces people with virtue. People who can come here for tourism are all people who know something. Offending Brother Yi is the same as offending the entire Pyongkong Square. Li Qingqi said proudly. Even he, a prince, didn't have this ability. Noble consort Lu smiled. Has Li Yi been there before? No. Other people can't even get a night's worth of beauties in Pyongkong Square. The beauties in Pyongkong Square can't even get a single person. If Brother Yi goes to Pyongkong Square, the girls of the 3 groups will fight. Even if they are from the same group, they will still use some tricks. Li Qingqi was infinitely envious. He dreamed several times that he became Brother Yi and went to Pyongkong Square. A large group of women offered money to spend the night with him. Ouch! He woke up. It was so painful. Noble consort Lu smiled and pointed to a hole in the shed. Why didn't they fix that? I know. They deliberately dug a hole. Li Qingqi understood. He explained, all the holes are in the corners and the top. They are used to living a rich life. When they eat, they will feel that the food is more delicious. In fact, There is as much tofu pudding as you want. Brother, he deliberately didn't give it to them. In fact, the porridge is almost the same as the tofu pudding. Don't think that there is a lot of porridge. We went to the canteen to eat. Why didn't we do the same? Li Dan found that he still had a lot of doubts. Imperial Father, the canteen is Zhuangzi's canteen. The villagers will eat all the leftovers. Now it is for tourists. The tourists won't clean up the leftovers. They will change it at night. Tofu pudding is not easy to preserve. The villagers can also eat porridge. Eating porridge is better than eating tofu pudding. At this time, the leftovers they eat at noon will be thrown away and fed to the pigs. They are afraid that if they get sick, others will get sick too. Li Qingqi answered smoothly. After he finished speaking, he was stunned. How did I know so much? Li Dan patted his son's shoulder. Continue to learn. Good knowledge and good skills. You can see the big picture from small clues. Chapter 195. Let's go in and have a few more bites. Noble consort Lu saw a group of people fighting over the food and felt that it was still edible. Then let's have a few more bites. Li Qingqi supported. On the other side, in the Political Affairs Hall of Chang. And I can't eat anymore. The person who delivered the food brought the food over. The food in the Political Affairs Hall was a benefit. It didn't cost one's own money. Usually there were all kinds of food that the emperor could eat. For example, cucumber, watermelon green inner skin, sauerkraut fried noodles, and bean sprouts that had recently become popular in Chang. And on the table in front of him, there was a two-legged medicine in a burlap bag. He felt very sad. The moment he saw the medicine, he felt that his ears were ringing and his breathing was not smooth. His chest hurt when he sat down. Should he take medicine? Should he take that heart-saving pill? His Majesty asked for it from Li Yi. There was a bottle in the Political Affairs Hall, another bottle he carried with him, and another bottle at home. He had never taken the medicine before. It shouldn't be bad since it was made by Li Yi, but he didn't want to take it. Why did it have to be Li Yi? Yuanji, what are you? Lu Huaishan was more concerned about the outcome of Yao Chong bringing such a good technique over. The next time something like this happens, you all will go. I won't go. It's too embarrassing. Yao Chong wanted to cry. He wanted to go over and show off, but before he could do so, he was bullied by King Song. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, if Li Yi knew about it, that young man would definitely pretend to be calm and say some comforting words. Yes, he was that bad. That thing didn't work out? Zhang Shua was no longer in the mood to eat. How should I put it? Yao Chong thought for a while and took out a bunch of firecrackers from his sleeves. Here, take them and play with them. Don't worry, they won't hit anyone. Zhuangzi's little doll can hold a lot of firecrackers and throw them around for fun. Yao Chong said to the two people who didn't dare to stretch out their hands. He picked up a firecracker and threw it to the ground. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua shuddered in fear. Take it, take it. This old man bought it with 20 copper coins. I only brought 20 copper coins, one for each Kai Yuan Tong Bao. I bought it from the children. When Yao Chong said this, he seemed a little happier. He felt that he had taken advantage of the situation. What did a little doll know? He bought one for one, and the little girl was actually selling it. Could such a good thing be bought with money? Li Yi and Zhuangzi's children did not know how to throw cannons. Each of the things he took out cost a shovel. It was not easy to make them, and 6 people were injured. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua couldn't help but look at him with disdain. You're not young anymore, yet you're lying to a child. What are you looking at this old man for? The toys for the children in Zhuangzi were given to them by Li Yi. Yao Chong glared at him. Lu Huaishan took 2 of the firecrackers in his hands, picked up another one, and threw it to the ground like Yao Chong. There was no movement. You can throw it vertically, but you can't throw it horizontally. Yao Chong was even more displeased. Why was his colleague so stupid? Zhang Shua understood. Pa, throw one, fun. Pick up another one. Pa, interesting. Pick up another one. Leave a few for this old man. I'll let the children throw them at home. Yao Chong picked up 6 or 7 firecrackers with his other hand and kept them. After throwing a few firecrackers, Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shuo found the fun in it and wanted more. Go and find Li Yi yourself. Last night, I saw the retired emperor and noble consort Lu. I stayed up the whole night, and this morning I met King Song, who refused to let me see Li Yi. As Yao Chong spoke, Li Qingqi's disdainful expression appeared in his mind. He was too hateful. Zhang Shuo picked up a firecracker that was not completely blown up. He looked at it and said, Prime Minister Yao, isn't this as good as the one we found someone to make? It doesn't cause too much of a commotion. Yao Chong looked at the 2 firecrackers on the table, and his ears buzzed. These firecrackers were specially made by Li Yi for the children of Zhuangzi to play with. They can play with them as they wish, and they won't hurt anyone. Do you know what this means? Yao Chong's words reminded Zhang Shuo of the time when Li Yi said, Do you know what the miniaturization of a nuclear bomb means? What? Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shuo asked in unison. Li Yi can adjust the damage as he wishes. His mastery of gunpowder isn't something you or I can imagine. King Song, if this old man finds an opportunity, I'll definitely impeach him. Yao Chong spoke of the blow he suffered this morning, and he felt wronged, especially when he talked about how the children ran over to watch the commotion, cleaned up the firecrackers when they saw the firecrackers, and then smashed them. The fact that the children didn't find it strange meant that they knew what it was. How can this be? Lu Huaishan felt indignant. It's actually like this. Zhang Shuo expressed his indignation. Take it away. Those are the 2 firecrackers on the table. Be careful not to blow anyone up. Let's eat. Yao Chong spoke of his frustrations, and he felt much better. He could smell the aroma of the dishes. This pickled cabbage is delicious. Yao Chong tasted a mouthful of the stir-fried cabbage vermicelli and found it delicious. I've soaked it. Haven't you eaten it in Li Yi's Zhuangzi? Lu Huaishan also liked to eat pickled cabbage, but it wasn't too sour. If it was too sour, his teeth would feel uncomfortable. At home, he had learned from Li Yi's Zhuangzi's simple method of cooking pickled cabbage in a large vat. If he didn't soak the pickled cabbage properly, the dish would still have a foul smell. Yesterday and today, the pickled cabbage in Zhuangzi was steamed with streaky pork, with some seasoning and ginger slices added. That's how it tastes. Yao Chong expressed that what was the point of comparing Zhuangzi's dishes? After eating, send the 2 firecrackers over. Tell them to open it up and take a look. This old man doesn't believe that Li Yi can take it out and others can't learn it. Yao Chong said as he picked up a cucumber with garlic paste and threw it into his mouth. Ouch! My teeth! It hurts, it's cold and hissing. Yao Chong didn't chew much. He covered his left cheek with his left hand and cried out in pain. Prime Minister Yao, tomorrow you have to go to Li Yi's place and ask if he wants to pull it out. Otherwise, you can go directly to the Imperial Medical Department. I'm afraid I'll pull out for you. Zhang Shuo said sympathetically. What he meant was to let Li Yi take a look at it first, because he also had the same situation and had his teeth pulled out. Later, when he went to Li Yi's Zhuangzi and saw the same situation, Li Yi took care of it. I'll hold on a little longer. Even if I can't do it tomorrow, at least the day after tomorrow. What if King Song is still around tomorrow? Yao Chong decided not to let King Song see his situation. In layman's terms, it was, I don't want you to see my injuries. I've never regretted it, regardless of rain or shine. Thank you. I really didn't do a good job in suturing the liver. If a living person dies now, I'll slowly sew it up for you. I'll burn at least 5 caddies of joss paper made with copper coins. I'll burn them one by one. Li Yi had just finished suturing a cadaver's liver. The liver was fragmented. Because of the lack of blood, the physical properties of the liver were different from a normal liver. Li Yi was careless when he was operating and the liver broke. He was sweating as he carefully sewed it up one by one. This was the rule. No matter how rough the operation was, he had to give face to the cadaver. Every part had to be sutured properly, even if it was burned. If anyone dared to open the abdomen and send it to the crematorium to be burned, it would be a serious teaching accident. The student would be directly expelled, and the worst punishment for the instructor would be the revocation of his teaching qualifications or even his medical qualifications. When the cadaver wrote down the words, "With my body, I'll provide for your needs." But those who wish to be a doctor will be able to perform the surgery without fear. It was destined that those who studied medicine would have to give them sufficient respect. They were not to be discussed, photographed, or profaned. Although these stolen words were not written, Li Yi still followed the rules. After everything was done properly, he wiped his sweat. Then he suddenly realized that there was a problem with the liver. It was too brittle. Did it have too much heavy metal content? He turned around and went to get the testing equipment. He wanted to see how the person died and what did he eat. Did he eat a mercury pill every day? Could it be that he ate too many pills used to concoct pills? I remember that Li Longji's two sisters liked to eat them. And then Li Yi muttered to himself as he carried out the test. Then he found that the heavy metal content was indeed excessive. He can't eat those pills anymore. It's different from traditional Chinese medicine. I should talk to Big Brother and Third Brother and ask them who is still eating them. They must be stopped. Li Yi put the body down and went outside to look at the sky. The stars had come out and the moon had risen. It was not round enough, so it was gradually turning to the last quarter moon. When it came to New Year's Eve, the moon would no longer be visible. It would slowly turn to the last quarter moon until the full moon on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Li Yi took a shower and changed his clothes for dinner. He saw Old Man Moo and Lady Moo. Squire Moo? Li wondered. Why didn't they leave? I want to stay here for a few days. Am I bothering you? There are 10 cows. Squire Moo, you can stay if you want. There's no need for cows. I'll give Lady Moo acupuncture on her leg, mainly moxibustion. Li Yi didn't want to ask for anything else. Song said that the jade was worth at least 200 taels. If they wanted to stay, they could stay. It was like a sanatorium. Chapter 196. Pa. A book with the words Gunpowder Production Safety Operation Manual written on it was slapped on Yao Chong's desk. The palace was currently being cleaned up and there were many people coming and going. Thus, no one reported Li Qingqi's arrival in advance. Yao Chong was taken aback. Lowering his head to look at the words on the book, he harumphed coldly. King Song, are you here to humiliate me? Li Qingqi's mouth twitched. Hurry up and take it. Otherwise, if someone were to die from the explosion, those people might come looking for you at night. Why would I be afraid of such things? Yao Chong replied stubbornly. He casually picked up the book and flipped through it. As he flipped through it, he said, "This is done separately. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been allowed to bring fire in. Of course, it's done properly. As for sweeping one's body with a metal rod to remove static electricity, that's right." Li Qingqi didn't want to listen anymore. Thus, he turned around and left. Since it's done properly, why did so many people get injured a few days ago? When Li Qingqi walked out of the political affairs hall, someone reported, "He's gone. King Song has left." Where were you when King Song came? If you had informed me in advance, I would have been able to hide. Yao Chong was furious. The informant shrank back. Then he turned around and ran off. As he ran, he muttered, "Where can you hide? Back home? Prime Minister Yao, since King Song dares to be rude to you, why don't we impeach him together?" Zhang Shuo was enjoying the show. "Shoo, shoo, shoo. If he doesn't rebel, what can we do to him?" Yao Chong was helpless. King Song had given up his position as the crown prince on his own accord. King Song usually had nothing to do. Didn't you see how the football tournament cost him a lot of money? Furthermore, It seemed to have nothing to do with the people's livelihood. Yet no one said a word. Everyone pretended that they didn't see anything. Otherwise, if they were to submit an impeachment memorial, they would be trying to frame His Majesty as a traitor. What about the manual? Zhang Shua calmly forgot about the matter of instigating the rebellion. He pointed to the safety manual and asked, "Get someone to make a copy and send it to the workshop. We have to strictly follow the instructions." It seems like there are times when Li Yi's literary talent is lacking as well. Yao Chong found a new low point. He pointed and read out one of the clauses. "You must definitely separate the saltpeter and sulfur. If you see it in pieces, you must not use a hammer to smash it. Look at this literary talent." Yao Chong despised him, but his mood improved a lot. Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan nodded in agreement. Lu Huaishan suggested, "Why don't we change it?" "If I don't change it, I will let those people know that Li Yi's literary talent is not good." Yao Chong chose to copy. He knew that those people wouldn't be able to understand it after he changed it. He even felt that it could be simpler. Zhang Shua took it and looked at it. He shook his head. "It's a pity that there's no mention of the drug in the second kick. Otherwise, we could make the same thing." Yao Chong sat there and thought for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. This gunpowder technique can be used for military purposes. Let's see how he sells it. He wrote a separate memorial, saying that military weapons and the foundation of the country should not be used lightly. Soon, Li Longji saw Yao Chong's memorial. He flipped through it a few times and threw it aside. He said to Gao Lisher, "Go to Zhuangzi to buy soy sauce and bring back some firecrackers. I've been too busy these past few days, so I can't go in person." Gao Lisher accepted the order and left. When he arrived, Zhuangzi was measuring the children's bodies to make new clothes for them to wear on New Year's Eve. The adults also had new clothes to make, but they didn't need to be measured. The children were growing every day, so the previous measurements were not accurate. Change the clothes that are too small to wear. Change them to waistcoats. Change the trousers to 3/4 pants. Wear them in summer. Throw the shoes that are too small and the leftovers to the paper mill. Li Yi said to Songda, who was standing next to him with his sleeves folded, as he watched the people in the garment workshop measure the children. "Dong Zhu, change the older children's clothes. You can give them to the younger children." Songda reminded, "The clothes weren't torn and looked very new. Wouldn't that make this Dong Zhu seem poor? I want new clothes. Also, make one set for each of the 220 students. I already had one set last year. It's time to improve the treatment." Li Yi also took care of the students who came later. When the students came, they had their own clothes, so Zhuangzi gave them one set. Unlike the 42 students who were given several sets in winter, he was worried that if he gave them too much at once, the students wouldn't cherish the good days. What if they ran away with several sets of new clothes? Now that they were no longer afraid, they were used to Zhuangzi's routine. The students' hearts calmed down. "Li Dongzhu, are you giving benefits to the farmers again?" Gao Lisher came over to take a look and said to Li Yi with a smile, "Sai, there's no other way. There's too much money to spend." Li Yi also laughed. "I heard that Dongzhu and Zhuangzi have firecrackers. I also want to play with them." Gao Lisher opened his mouth and stretched out his hand. "Well said, well said. During the day, set off the firecrackers and listen to the movements. At night, set off the flowers." Li Yi knew that his brother had passed the message. He had already prepared and set off the firecrackers, specially for the imperial palace. When the time comes, Zhuangzi and the imperial palace will set off the firecrackers together. When others see the beauty of the firecrackers, they will spend a lot of money to buy them. Gao Lisher hesitated for a moment before asking, "Li Dongzhu, can firecrackers be used in the military?" "Yes, and they are very sharp. I'm still thinking about how to use them." Li lied. He already knew how to use them. "When the war horses hear the sounds, will they be frightened?" Gao Lisher asked. Just listen to the sounds for a while. Once you get used to it, the horses won't be afraid. Li Yi recalled the situation of the artillery against the cavalry. If the artillery discovered the cavalry in advance, the cavalry would be finished. If the cavalry launched a surprise attack on the artillery would be useless. If they met at a distance of 2 kilometers, the artillery would be dumbfounded. Before they could set up the cannons, the cavalry would charge in. 5 kilometers. The cavalry must immediately disperse and take a detour. 10 kilometers. Run. The cavalry can run as fast as they can. Gao Lisher still didn't know that there were artillery. He analyzed again. He said, "After our cavalry familiarizes themselves with the enemy cavalry, will the firecrackers be of great use? When I make them, I won't fight with them." Li Yi shook his head. They already had firecrackers. Why would they still charge? It was still okay to chase after them. Li Dongzhu, write a method of using firecrackers in the military. The winged knights need to know in advance. Gao Lisher took the initiative to help Li Longji consider. Okay, I'll write it now. General Gao, go and learn the methods of lighting firecrackers. Li Yi called Song to take charge and return to the courtyard. For a while there were crackling sounds and not very dazzling fireworks on Zhuangzi. When it was almost noon, the things were loaded. Gao Lisher didn't eat. He and the people he brought took a roll each and rushed back to eat. Songda, after lunch, take the children to the city. Install more firecrackers and let the children play. If someone asks about the price, say 2 coins for one and 1 coin for one more. During lunch, Li Yi didn't go to the private room. Instead, he sat in front of Songda. Do you want money or silk? The price of silk seems to be lower in the market recently. Songda meant that he wanted money. I'll take whatever the official price is. I don't want the rotten ones. Li Yi lowered his head and thought about it. He decided to support the officials. Even if the silk was not used as money, it could be used for other purposes. It was good to paste windows. After lunch, the children began to dress up when they heard that they were going to the city to play in the afternoon. They combed their hair and checked if there were any wrinkles on their clothes. If there was mud on their shoes, they quickly brushed it off with a brush. They got in the car and took a lot of firecrackers to Chang'an to show off. Chapter 197. In the afternoon of Chang'an, outside Chunming Gate, the non-commissioned officer who was guarding the gate looked at the luxurious 4-wheeled carriage in the distance, and the people who went in and out of the gate were also stunned. The carriage was pulled by 2 tall red horses. The red horses had copper bells around their necks, which jingled when they walked. Oh! Many people exclaimed in surprise as the road took a turn. Not only one, but there were 4 similar big carriages behind, and there seemed to be some patterns painted on the carriages. Behind them were 10 carriages with 4 wheels, but the horses pulling them were of different colors. They were shorter than the horses in front, and the carriages were shorter. However, no matter how short the carriages were and how short the horses were, they were still 4-wheeled, 2-horse carriages. The key point was that there were riders in armor and cloaks, with bows and swords in their hands, who went to the open area and surrounded the carriages. There were 20 of them. They were all in white cloaks and red clothes, which made people know that they were not ordinary guards. Which big family is this? How much does a carriage cost? Ordinary people can't afford to raise a horse. The axles of the wheels are different from those of the popular 4-wheeled carriages in the city. Are they made of copper? Iron? There are flags on the carriages. Who can read? Li royal family? No wonder. There is also the word Ba, not royal family. I know where they are from. They are the carriages of the Li family Zhuangzi in Ba Shui, which Li family village. They are newcomers, besides the Zhuangzi of Li Yi, who dares to say that they are from the Li family village, the boss of heavenly world. The crowd was talking. As the carriages approached, people moved aside. Even if the road was wide enough, they were afraid of bumping into the carriages. When the carriages arrived at the city gate, Songda, who was sitting in front of the first carriage, jumped out of the carriage and made a fist and palm salute to the non-commissioned officer. "Everyone, today my Zhuangzi children come to the city to play. Thank you for your trouble." After he finished speaking, people from the carriage behind came down with 4 honeycomb coal stoves and lit them on the spot. He then placed 4 pots on the rack and opened the lids of the pots for the non-commissioned officer to see. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Coincidentally, there is some leftover mutton stew in the manor's canteen. I brought some soup for everyone to drink to warm their stomachs. Come back later and take the stove and pot away. Song said, leaving behind a pile of bowls and chopsticks, and got into the car. The convoy entered the city. The non-commissioned officer thanked him profusely. Just now, they saw that the pot was full of good mutton. There was not much soup, and there were no leftovers at all. Saying that it was leftovers was not considered a bribe. Moreover, she could even get a beautiful ceramic bowl. Just now, the steward of the Li family Zhuangzi said to fetch the stove and pot, but didn't mention anything about the bowl. As soon as the motorcade entered the city, they arrived at the south side of Xingqing Palace. Li Longji and Empress Wang were in Xingqing Palace. The firecrackers were directly brought here by Gao Lisher to keep it a secret. Empress, the Li family Zhuangzi's carriages are here. They just entered the city gates." Xie ran and shouted, "Let's go upstairs and see from there." Li Longji said and walked to the tall building. They went upstairs and saw the luxurious motorcade come in and then stop outside the south wall of Xingqing Palace. The children began to go out. There were 25 children in one car, a total of 125 children. The little guys in the scholars' robes looked so cute. "San Lang, lend me your binoculars." Empress Wang stretched back to grab the binoculars in Li Longji's hand. Li Longji gave it to her, and she looked at it. They are lining up according to their size. The small ones are in front, and the biggest boy is standing next to the front of the line, shouting slogans, right? Empress Wang looked and said, "Li Longji could only look with his eyes. Next time, I will urge Brother Yi to quickly make a telescope with glass. I don't dare to take this telescope. I will exchange my life for it. Okay, when Uncle is done, we will exchange the 7 children at the border." Empress Wang supported. The children below lined up in 4 columns, each with 31 children, including the children shouting slogans at the side. There were exactly 125 children. The passers-by stopped in their tracks one after another. They were all frightened by this lineup. Each and every one of them looked like little dolls, making people want to carry them home. For horses ran to the front and slowed down. 1 2 1, 1 2 1, 1 2 3 4. The children, shouting slogans, shouted. 1 2 3 4. The other children shouted. Tang Dynasty. The leader shouted again. Tang Dynasty, obeying the heavens, His Majesty told me to wear clothes. During the Kaiyuan period, prosperity was passed down, following His Majesty to eat. Tang generals, guarding the border. Retired emperor. Retired, said King Song, meritorious service, Empress Wang, stabilizing the harem. His Majesty loves the people like his own children. The children shouted slogans while walking, and their crisp voices spread in all directions. Ha 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 ha, Li Longji laughed upstairs. Ha ha ha, look, San Lang uncle is here first. This is for His Majesty outside Xingqing Palace. Empress Wang laughed and said Li Yi's purpose. The children got off the carriage and shouted slogans. Obviously, they wanted to let the people in Xingqing Palace hear it and pass it to His Majesty's ears. Good, good. Should I reward you? Li Longji found it interesting. The onlookers were confused. What are they doing? A group of children praising the current emperor? No, retired Emperor King Song and Empress Wang were praised together. The children repeated 3 times and walked less than 500 meters. Stand still. The leader shouted, 1 2. The children followed suit and stopped with the sound of their feet hitting the ground. The farmers behind them carefully carried the boxes over and opened them. The children lined up to take the boxes and put them in their pockets. "Let's go! Under the bridge, in front of the gate." The leader shouted again. "Swim past a group of ducks. Come and count 2, 4, 6, 7, 8." The children shouted. Then they started to sing. Every time they sang a line, they threw a cracker to the ground. Pa! Pa! This had never happened in Chang, and for many years. The adults were confused, but the children were looking forward to it. Some of them even tried to learn to sing, but they didn't get anything that would make a sound. Go and ask how much it costs. Buy some for the children. I can't be praised for nothing. Li Longji ordered. Someone ran out to find Songda and asked him to buy at least 50 crackers at one time. Each cracker cost 2 renminbi. More than 100 crackers cost 1 renminbi. The people in Xingqing Palace bought 2,000 crackers without hesitation. They gave him 2 big skewers of Kaiyuan Tongbao, which weighed more than 5 kilograms. Then they shouted to the envious children, "His Majesty will buy some for you. Line up. Look at the children of Ba, Shui, Li family Zhuangzi. Look at how well they are lining up." The children cheered at once. They shouted, "His Majesty is good," and ran over to get the crackers. They heard it just now. Each cracker cost 1 renminbi. 5 crackers per person. Don't take more. The people in the palace limited the number of crackers they could get. For a time, more children had the crackers. Some directly threw them to the ground, while some were reluctant to sell them. 5 crackers meant 5 renminbi. The children also learned to sing. Songda felt it was enough. He ran to the leader and said something. Then the children shouted the same words as before, which were to promote the Tang dynasty. They walked all the way to Xingqing Palace. In front of them was Xingyafang, and opposite Xingyafang was the East Market. The Heavenly World restaurant was at the front. At this point, the children were tired. "Go to the first floor to have a rest." The leader said. The children changed from 4 to 2 and walked in one by one. "Why did you go in? Can you enter the Heavenly World restaurant as you please?" Someone just came and was happy to hear the children's voices. Then he saw the children enter the Heavenly World restaurant. It's their own restaurant. Why can't they enter? Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. Someone sighed. Chapter 198. The children entered the lounge on the first floor of Heaven on Earth. The waitress quickly brought down hot juice and helped wipe their sweat. The little guys were very excited. So many other children were learning from them. It was lively outside. It said that the villagers of Li family Zhuangzi live a good life. I've never seen it before. Today I believe it. Children grow up quickly. You can tell at a glance that the clothes the children wear are not modified from old clothes, but they are not new clothes either. They wear them on a daily basis. Their little faces are red and tender. It makes people want to take a bite. Zhuangzi is rich and willing to spend money. Enjoy life as a villager of Li Yi. When Songda recruited people, there were already many who wanted to go. Those who were not chosen thought that it was just SOSO. Now, girls are also studying, daughters of rich families. Good boy. This group of children will be amazing when they grow up. My children are disobedient. They won't listen to me, no matter how I beat them. The people who came from the manor will clean up the place. The people who sweep the streets will go over and do the work. Songda will even pay. This is called benevolence and righteousness. Li Dongzhu has saved countless people. Isn't it just some stinky money? If I had that money, I could do it too. Yes, why don't you have that money? I don't have a zhuangzi. If you give me a zhuangzi, I can do it. Others have a zhuangzi, but they can't do as well as Li Yi. That's because others are stupid. If others are stupid, can others save up a big zhuangzi? If you're not stupid, why don't you have a zhuangzi? I'm not talking to you. You only know how to flatter others. Your family must be incapable. Who did I flatter? The old man was unhappy. A coachman next to him came over and said to the old man, Yao Xiang, are you still going up? No, let's go back to the palace. The old man glared at the person who just spoke, flicked his sleeves, and left. The surroundings were quiet until Yao Chong walked far away. Everyone looked at the person who had just spoken and automatically spread out to form a perimeter. Prime Minister Yao is again against stewing meat at home. I have to go back. The man covered his face with his sleeve and ran away. Yao Chong complained, what a big entourage. The Li family's Zhuangzi child is going out, right? Who are you putting on an act for? Isn't it just some stinky money? If this old man had that Zhuangzi, I think this old man could do it too. The lackeys pretended not to hear him. You're a high-ranking official, so you're right. The children rested for a while and recovered quickly. They were alive and kicking again. Once again, they lined up to advertise. The promotion of nursery rhymes and firecrackers attracted a lot of attention along the way. Some people even heard about it and came from afar to take a look. Song started to throw the firecrackers at the takeout. 1 copper coin for one. No one would spend 100 copper coins to buy 50 of them. They felt that Songda was slow-witted. Who wouldn't directly buy 100 of them at the same price? Steward Song, are you selling firecrackers? I'll buy one for my grandson for 2 coins. A man in his 50s held a child's hand and asked, I'm not selling. At least 50. Moreover, I won't sell it, even if the child comes to buy it himself. Songda decisively refused. The child cried. The old man begged Songda, but Songda still shook his head. He didn't even look at the child. There was an ordinary 4-wheeled carriage beside them. They slightly lifted the curtain to take a look. Seeing that there were people from Xingqing Palace who wanted to send the firecrackers, the people in the carriage said, No, remember this child. Give it to anyone but him. The people in the palace immediately stopped and went to throw the firecrackers for the other children. Brother Yi is benevolent. He's afraid that the poor will spoil the child, so he set the price of 100 copper coins. He's also worried that the child will steal the money to buy it. Therefore, the child comes alone and won't sell it. Li Longji, who ran out of the carriage to watch the fun, saw the situation of the man and his grandson. He was angry. He lamented his misfortune and hated his incompetence. Uncle is really good at teaching children. Although he gave a lot of good things to the child, he never spoiled him. Empress Wang shook her head gently. She didn't pity the child. The grandfather over there began to coax his grandson to buy the firecrackers from other children. Li Longji gritted his teeth. Arrange it. That child can't play with the firecrackers today. Sanlang, pay Yao Qing arrange some people to perform during the New Year's festival to promote the promotion. Empress Wang felt that the nursery rhyme was good. She was included in it, and she was credited for managing the harem. On the other side of the political affairs hall, Yao Chong came in angrily. Yuanji's soy sauce didn't come back? Lu Huaishan asked. Yao Chong said that he wanted to go to the heavenly earth to buy some soy sauce to eat dumplings at home. Li Yi, you don't have the backbone of a scholar. You brought out the child in Zhuangzi. There were 15 4-wheeled carriages. The 5 carriages the children rode in were long and beautiful. The horses were of the same color. When you came down from Xingqing Palace, you called me the Tang dynasty. In accordance with the heavens, His Majesty told me to wear clothes. In the Kaiyuan period, the Golden Age was passed down, following His Majesty to eat to his heart's content. Yao Chong tried hard to imitate the child's movements and sang in a childish voice. After he finished, he said angrily, Shameless, too shameless. Ha. Zhang Shuo laughed. Prime Minister Yao's voice does sound a little naive. Lu Huaishan also laughed. Yuanji, why are you angry? Li Yi is afraid that he has too many good things and will be coveted. Naturally, he wants to live. He doesn't know that his third brother is His Majesty. But this is too straightforward. I don't believe that Li Yi can't write better. Yao Chong sat down to drink water. More than 100 children, right? Is the lineup beautiful? Zhang Shuo imagined in his mind. He saw a group of children in neat school uniforms when he was eating in the cafeteria. The visual impact was too great. Before tomorrow, the whole Chang'an will know. He even took the opportunity to sell broken firecrackers. 1 copper coin for one. Listen, not 1 copper coin. Is this how you make money from gunpowder? Yao Chong said another thing that made him feel uncomfortable. He knew about the firecrackers and asked the gunpowder workshop to make them. The children would not be hurt, but the workshop could not make them. It was just a piece of paper with a bit of medicine. 2 pieces of clay would make a sound when smashed, but the workshop said that they could not do anything. Zhang Shuo poured himself some hot water and held the cup with both hands. Prime Minister, Yao wants to make money from the firecrackers and then buy things for the workshop. If Li Yi can sell it, why can't others? I can think of a way. The cost of the firecrackers is not high, but at least 10 times the profit. Yao Chong said the actual situation. The profit was that high. The more firecrackers they made, the better the technology, the more paper and paste they saved, and the lower the cost. Half an hour later, someone ran in. He entered Yao Chong's office alone and reported in a low voice, "The Li family Zhuangzi's firecrackers are sold out. They're taking them out from the workshops and continuing to sell them. There are more in the other workshops." Yao Chong put down his pen. "They give the firecrackers to the ladies who have nothing to do. They make clay and wrap them up. They give 1 copper coin for 50 firecrackers. They can get more than 40 copper coins a day, and the least is 30 copper coins a day. Those people have more ways to make money. They all say that Li Yi is benevolent and righteous." The informant replied, "What benevolent and righteous? They only give 1 copper coin for 50 firecrackers. He earns the rest. How is that benevolent and righteous?" Yao Chong calculated the cost. 30 copper coins a day. Some of them can't even compare to that. The informant spoke from another perspective. "Got it." Yao Chong picked up the pen again, and the informant left. Yao Chong threw the pen aside again. Paper firecrackers, paper firecrackers. Chapter 199. Children sing sweet and innocent songs, reminiscing their childhood days. But how many years have passed in their lives, making people sigh. A sweet smile, just like plum blossoms. Not afraid of the cold west wind, accompanied by a fragrance. The first year, Qing Ming Ming, His Majesty's kindness spread through the Tang dynasty. The people's hearts were warm. The first year, along with happiness, Empress Rongde came to the people. The Tang dynasty lasted for thousands of years. There was a strong man shaking the border, our Tang dynasty, surpassing the past. The children of the Li family Zhuangzi continued to walk west from the East Market. When they reached the Pyongkong Square, the words they shouted changed again. Because after the Pyongkong Square was the palace city, Li Yi thought that Empress Wang might not be having a good time now, so he had to help her. He always felt that if Empress Wang Yurong had not been tricked to death by Li Longji, then the Ma Weipa incident would not have happened. At that time, a group of people forced Li Longji to kill Yang Guifei. But what if it was Empress Wang? Although Empress Wang was very old that time, she could still get on the horse and charge. Other people did not know that Li Yi had this plan. If they did not have guards on horseback watching them, they would have rushed over to hug the children and kiss them. The children in front were 4 or 5 years old, with serious expressions on their faces. When they wore the scholars' clothes, they looked like cartoon versions of scholars. When they walked, they followed the rhythm, swinging their legs and arms. They were as cute as they could be. Just one of them was very likable, not to mention a large group of them. The people of Chang and had never seen such a situation. When scholars went out, it was messy, and when the army went out, it was not elegant. The children worked hard to line up neatly. Some of them stepped on the wrong foot, and the ones behind bumped into the ones in front. The ones in front quickly changed and then changed again. Many people recalled their childhood, but their memories were vague. The innocence at that time was worn away by time, and now they could only sigh. A gust of cold wind blew the dust on the street over. The little ones bowed their heads together, waiting for the wind to pass. They puffed out their chests and raised their heads. The few people in front squinted their eyes, rubbed them, and shed 2 drops of tears. They wiped their tears and smiled at the concerned adults beside them. That kind of cuteness, that kind of strength, was like the blooming of winter plum blossoms, proud and unyielding. It made one's heart tremble. The girls in Pyong Kong Square rushed out, ignoring the children's groups. They found a girl and squatted down, hugging and kissing her. Everyone, you can't kiss anymore. Saliva, wind, wrinkled face. Quick, stop hugging. We have to walk to the imperial city. Songda and the other villagers tried to stop him. Was this fellow crazy? After much difficulty, she managed to persuade the girls from Pyong Kong Square to stop. She began to wipe the face of the child who was stunned by the kiss and apply ointment. It was a skincare product made from tea oil, white wax, beeswax, and glycerin, which was also known as clam oil. After tidying up, everything was ready. After regrouping, the children continued to move forward while smashing the cannons. Many people heard about it and even rode their horses over to take a look. Some of the big families ran their own schools, and some of the officials ran their own schools. They felt ashamed after seeing it. Who would run a school and make clothes for the children? Moreover, one could tell that the cloth was expensive just by looking at it. The little shoes were also very beautiful. The children walked in front, followed by the group of carriages. The girls from Pyong Kong Square also came out of the carriages and followed them. These were the dolls of Li Lang and Zhuangzi. They listened to the content of the children's speech, discussed for a while, and arranged the music on the spot. The magistrate of Chang and Pei Yaoqing also saw it. He looked at it with the other 2 county officials and was very depressed. Chang and county naturally had an official school. Excluding the Imperial College and the Imperial College, it was just a primary school for children. Pei Yaoqing felt a lot of pressure. Today, the children of Li family Zhuangzi came out to show their faces. Tomorrow, others would compare them with the primary school of Chang. And the uniform, the spirit, and the spirit of the children were something that other primary school children did not have. However, there would definitely be people who would criticize him as the county magistrate. Look at the primary school that other people set up. You, the magistrate of Chang, and can't even compare with Zhuangzi's Dongzhu? It can't be compared. Pei Yaoqing muttered, "Is there still justice? Li Yi, my little brother, Yi, are you trying to kill your elder brother? This is troublesome." Fan Ai, the county magistrate, had a bitter face. Sigh. The other county magistrate, Du Yin, only sighed. Huanji, why don't we also pay for the primary school in the county? Fan Ai was afraid that some parents would beat him, so he thought of a way. Yulan, is this a matter of money? Li Yi's curriculum was changed by him. The children still have to learn discipline and then tell stories. They have been cultivating this thing called the spirit of collectivism. Yes, that's what Li Yi said. Pei Yaoqing knew how much effort Li Yi had put in to take care of the children. What he saw in front of him was the result of all the things piled up together. Could it only be done with money? Pei Yaoqing was worried when the sound of relatively neat horse hooves appeared. A group of cavalry came from the direction of the palace. Each of them was riding a tall horse. The people on the horses were wearing black clothes and red cloaks. They were wearing light armor, crowned helmets, crossbows, and hard bows. A flag fluttered in the wind with the word "flying" written on it. Seeing these people, many onlookers knew who they were. It was said that they were the strongest winged knights of the Tang dynasty. The 200 winged knights came to the side and smiled at the children. They even waved their hands. The children returned a big smile. They knew them. In the past, they were always in Zhuangzi. When Dong Zhu said that he would take them to play, they would laugh. But later, when Dong Zhu said that he would take them to play, these uncles stopped laughing and became afraid. They didn't know what to be afraid of. Among the onlookers, there were young women. When they saw the winged knights laughing, they suddenly made a noise. Wow, so they can laugh. I've seen them twice before. They always had a straight face. They look good when they laugh. They also look good with a straight face. What's their name again? Manly. It said that their training had a slim chance of survival. They climbed out of a pile of corpses. They don't look strong enough. They're not as strong as Knight's helper son. He's big and strong. Ask them to take off their clothes and then look. The scars on their faces are beautiful. They're good men. The meat on their necks and shoulders are bulging. I guarantee that they're stronger than that helper son. The cute children are placed together with them. Beautiful. The women talked, laughed, and played. They weren't the only ones who saw the strong contrast between the children and the winged knights. The others also saw it. The difference between the two was so big. When the winged knights got off their horses and walked beside them, the children felt as if they were one. This is discipline. They were taught in the same way. Li Longji said to Zhang Shua in the carriage. Zhang Shua said that he wanted to take a look. When he saw them, he was led into the carriage. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi are also disciplined. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The children are living a good life. Zhang Shua sighed. The children were still young. They were receiving basic education. In the future, they would learn how to read and do arithmetic. Li Yi would continue to teach them other subjects. As for what Li Yi knew, was there even a need to ask? Sanlang, Uncle Zhuangzi doesn't have enough guards. Why don't we arrange for some of the people from the House of Subjugation who have fought in the war there? It's best if they don't have any elders in their families. Empress Wang saw the 20 injured veterans. Some of them were riding on horses. One of their calves was empty. They didn't step on the stirrups. Chapter 200. Prime Minister Zhang, what do you think? Empress Wang spoke to Li Longji and turned to ask Zhang Shua. I would like to invite your majesty. Zhang Shua was in a dilemma. What should I say? Thus he said something ambiguous. It could be interpreted as he agreed and asked for his majesty's instructions. It could also be said that he invited his majesty to speak, and whatever his majesty said was the law. Brother Yi's house can still accommodate 100 families. Li Longji talked about the house. Thus, Zhang Shua and Empress Wang understood. 100 families could be sent over, and they could be considered as private soldiers. They could be used to protect Zhuangzi. At the same time, they could not be considered as private soldiers. Since the House of Subjugation was disbanded, how could they not be allowed to seek refuge with others? The children's procession walked all the way to the Vermilion Bird Gate, which faced the Vermilion Bird Avenue. They were tired again. However, the children were trying their best to stand. Fatigue was written all over their faces. Get on, get on. I will bring you to the East Market to play. Songda called out. Seeing that they were about to collapse, the children cheered and ran into the carriage. The procession turned around and the winged knights went back. Firecrackers were sold off in an instant. All the firecrackers produced in the city were sold off. There were a total of 200 families, and they were all from the poorest families. On average, each person produced 1,700 firecrackers a day. Some families had 3 people working on it, including the wife and the children. On average, they produced more than 2,000 firecrackers, including the time needed to transport the yellow mud and dry the firecrackers. Each family produced more than 12,000 firecrackers. Zhuangzi earned 4 million yuan. It was no wonder that Yao Chong was jealous. When the children arrived at the East Market, they formed a group to play. They only looked at the firecrackers and did not buy anything. The only things in the East Market that the children could not use were the things that Zhuangzi could provide. The children did not care about snacks. How much could they eat? How could they compare to what they had at home? Even the candied hawthorns that King Song and Li Qingqi sold were not good enough for the children. The candies were too big and they would get toothache if they ate too much. Furthermore, there were only hawthorns and nothing else. Zhuangzi had peony, watermelon, cantaloupe, orange, grape, banana. Mixed together, they looked colorful, beautiful, and delicious. How long has this oil been used for? It's all black. You'll get sick if you eat it. A little girl raised her finger and pointed at a stall that sold deep-fried food. The other party didn't understand what he meant. Wouldn't deep-fried things be black? Ever since the invention of the soybean oil extraction method, deep-fried things had become more popular. You can't eat it. You'll get sick, the little girl said kindly to the other children. The children looked at her in surprise, thinking that she was pretty. Little doll, don't talk nonsense. How could you be sick? I'll eat it for you to see. The stall owner was furious. Was he trying to cause trouble? Whose child was it? Don't shout. Child, speak the truth. What are you shouting for? The manners guard did not agree and retorted. The people beside him hurriedly advised, Old fifth phone, don't say any more. The Li family Zhuangzi's child is very precious. You can't say that my oil isn't good. The stall owner lowered his voice. He couldn't afford to offend him, especially when he was shouting at a child. Let's go, let's go. Sorry, the child can't keep her mouth shut. The guard didn't continue pestering him. The little girl mumbled. Dong Zhu said that I can only fry for a maximum of 8 hours. Throw it away and use it to make soap. I can't let people eat it. If they get sick from it, he'll have to treat them. It's so tiring. If you speak the truth again, I'll beat you up. The guard glared at her. Father, I won't speak any more. The little girl pouted. The guard was her father. The stall owner shrunk his neck. Luckily, he didn't scold the girl's family and didn't beat her up. Otherwise, very soon, the entire East City knew that the group of children had returned to stroll around. The rich people who bought things in the East City didn't dare to provoke them. They were even more unwilling to get into trouble than the common folk. If they had the guts to bully people and children, they might as well find trouble with Li Yi. Li Yi was Dongzhu. If they found trouble with him, they could just apologize. If they bullied the child, they would have to think about the magnanimity of the Prime Minister. Brother, do you have any firecrackers? Father bought 1,000 of them and didn't let me play with them. I just wanted to touch them. A little boy ran over and said to a villager child who looked slightly older than him. The villager child took one out from his pocket and secretly gave it to the boy. Brother, why don't you play with them? The boy looked around and hid the firecrackers. I'm happy to see you play with them. The villager boy actually felt that the firecrackers weren't fun anymore. His arms hurt. Why? I'm happy too, the boy said. We're fated. In the future, remember to buy anything from the Li family Zhuangzi. The villager boy said sincerely. Okay. The villager boy felt that he had found a confidant. Many of the villager children were selling things. They were used to living a hard life and were very shrewd. Children from poor families were already in charge of the household. It was just that they met Li Yi and lived a good life. It didn't mean that they were stupid. Some of the children were almost sold off because they were poor, especially the little girls. Song didn't follow them. He took 2 million out of the 2. For million yuan, he earned from selling the firecrackers back to Zhuangzi. The remaining 400,000 yuan worth of silk was placed at the entrance of Xingqing Palace and handed over the invitation written by Li Yi. The gatekeeper didn't care about the mountain of silk and entered with the invitation. Li Longji returned with Zhang Shuo. Empress Wang gave him face and didn't rest. In fact, she was too excited and didn't want to rest. Daoji, look. I told you that, brother, you would send a portion of the money over. Sure enough. Li Longji said to Zhang Shuo, Your Majesty is able to predict the future. This subject admires you. Zhang Shuo flattered. Then he asked, What did Li Yi write? Don't tell me it's still that. What? Empress Wang interrupted. What? How obscure can a nursery rhyme be for children? This subject forgot. Zhang Shua corrected his mistake as fast as he could. The Empress has a son in her belly. How scary is that? Li Longji opened the invitation and read, Brilliant heavenly omen, Zizi Shanyao, for sea sing peaceful, 8 directions around, flowing clouds, clear sky, blue water surging, where the Emperor's heart lies. People's lives shall be spared, people's suffering shall be shared, clothes shall be worn together, the barren lands shall remain unchanged. The Li family's grace shall be high. As Zhang Shua listened, he shook his head. Yes, this was what Li Yi should have written, matching the 4 literary styles, all the way down. Li Longji continued to read. Winter snow and cold wind invade, coal and firewood burn incessantly. Chang and's palace watch out, Zhang Shua continued. Good, Li Luxing when is out, multiplying with Pian Si Ping Shu. Li Longji read, Your Majesty, quickly give this money to the people. Since it's New Year, you must find those who are poor, especially those who are sick. The imperial physicians of the Imperial Physician Department had nothing better to do. Tell them, do they still want other medical books? Go see a doctor, otherwise they won't give it. Even if I write it, they won't give it, they'll burn it. Zhang Shua was listening comfortably when he suddenly heard these words. He jumped out of his chair and gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, how can he blaspheme you like this? He should be punished. Zhang Shua felt that there was something in his heart that he could not vent. It was very uncomfortable. Empress Wang laughed. Empress, if Li Yi wrote the entire thing, it would be a poem. Unfortunately, how could he dare? What Zhang Shua wanted to do the most was to rush to Zhuangzi, grab Li Yi, and make him delete the nonsense at the back and rewrite it. He felt that it was as disgusting as eating half a fly during a meal. His good mood for the day was gone. Ha ha ha. Li Longji also laughed and said, The first part is nonsense, the last part is the key. Yes. Empress Wang held back her laughter and said, For 100,000 can buy a lot of things. My uncle and I have a lot of money. Why don't we take some out and share it with the people? She was not short of money now. The rice cakes were selling well, and there was also the business between her uncle, Bai and Li Yi. The majority of it was in the palace. She had money, although a part of it was used to invest in marine products. There was still a lot left. Chapter 201. Zhang Shua was still conflicted. How could this be? Li Yi, you have ulcers on your head and pus on your feet. You are terrible. If you don't have literary talent, I won't force you. But you clearly... Your Majesty, I'll rewrite the latter part. Zhang Shua seemed to have OCD and wanted to correct the latter part. This was a list that could be written in history books in the form of a fu. Who would write this now? Was the latter part human language? Could it be any whiter? Daoji, don't be anxious. Li Longji comforted him. He didn't care. He just found it interesting. Minister Zhang, do you remember what was said at the end? Empress Wang spoke again. What did it say? Zhang Shua was still conflicted about the writing. Give benefits to the people. Empress Wang wasn't happy. You are the Prime Minister. Why do you have to stare at the words? Do something serious. Chang, and has more than 1 million people. Only the permanent and transient population in the city can be seen daily. There are also the residents in the surrounding villages. How can you give benefits to them? Zhang Shua had the final say. The words he said started to have Li Yi's name. Permanent and transient. There were more than 700,000 registered residents in all the squares in Chang. However, there were transient residents, especially in the temples. In addition, those who didn't have money went to live in the villages outside the city. For example, the Zhang family's village had a larger population. There were no less than 5 million people in the surrounding 50 li of Chang and city. All of them were counted in Chang and county. So you didn't listen to it yourself. Empress Wang turned her head and threw a tantrum. Uncle wrote something, and you, as the Prime Minister, didn't listen to it. Are you capable? Empress, don't be angry. Daoji is wrong. Zhang Shuo was afraid that Empress Wang would go to Zhuangzi to see a doctor again. Li Longji looked at Zhang Shuo with some dissatisfaction. Brother, Yi said to use the money to buy medicine. Ask the Imperial Physician Department to treat the people. Those who are not sick naturally don't need to be treated. For the rich, there is a discount. In fact, it is more expensive, but it is worth it for the Imperial Physician to treat them. Poor people would also get a discount. For example, one set would cost 1 copper coin. Brother, Yi is going to take out another medical book and discuss it with the Imperial Physicians. Zhang Shuo understood. The money was to waive the medical fees for the poor, and then use the free diagnosis from the Imperial Medical Department to collect money from the rich. It could be considered as helping the common people. It was impossible for the rich to hire an imperial physician unless they reached a certain level. In other words, they used money to subsidize the poor and the imperial physician's labor fees to subsidize the rich. No one was at a disadvantage. The imperial physicians worked and took the medical books. If there was anyone who was at a disadvantage, it would be Li Yi. However, Li Yi allowed the children to advertise when they were playing and sold a lot of crackers. What kind of business is this? What are you thinking? Zhang Shuo realized that after going one round, everyone had gotten what they wanted. The children of the rich and powerful had fun playing with firecrackers, and there was no need to worry about accidents. Everyone takes what they need. Your Majesty, Li Yi is very capable. Zhang Shuo praised again. Even if he was numb from all the praises, he still had to admire him. Uncle is just doing it casually. Empress Wang said as she gently touched her stomach. In her opinion, ever since she took the medicine and had a child with Sanlang, everything Li Yi did was right. Zhang Shuo hesitated and said, if the imperial court controls gunpowder, the money earned will be even more. Li Longji stared at Zhang Shuo and asked, do you know how much the cost is? I don't know. Prime Minister Yao said that it should be 10 times. Zhang Shuo said with a guilty conscience. Big Brother told me that it is currently less than 9 times. It should be 8, 6 to 8, 7 times. If the imperial court officials are in charge, can they give me 5 times the profit? Li Longji asked about the profit ratio. Invest 1 copper coin and let the other officials take care of it, and bring back 6 copper coins for me. Is that possible? Zhang Shuo gulped and said softly, the imperial court officials are in charge, so there will be other losses. Therefore, so 1 copper coin won't bring back 6 copper coins? 1 copper coin from Brother Yi can bring back nearly 10 copper coins. Then I will give Brother Yi benefits and share the profits with him. Why do I need you to take care of it? Li Longji was angry, but not at Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo finally told the truth. If it was handed over to others, they would not be able to earn so much money. Where did the money go? It was greed. Needless to say. Isn't that right, Yurong? Li Longji said softly to Empress Wang. Keeping accounts. The accounts Uncle showed us are clear at a glance. Uncle even gave us the rules and regulations for checking the accounts. Whoever is wrong with the accounts will be executed. Empress Wang was not angry and said with a smile. But when the word executed came out, Zhang Shuo trembled. Executed was at least an entire clan, above the parents, around the wives and concubines, and below the children. Of course, if the children were young, like Yang Si-sun and Gao Lisher, they would not be executed. 3 or 9 clans would be executed. Needless to say, Zhang Shuo also knew that the accounts were being used by the government hall, and it had already been spread to the various state capitals of the Tang dynasty. There were complaints everywhere. They said that it was impossible to keep accounts this way. Officials did not care about strangers, so they could only use 2 accounts. But to use 2 accounts, there was a problem. One account was to say that one's own place was in debt, and the other account was to say that the place was developing well and had money. One account was to use to pay less money, and the other account was to prove that one was good as an official. When the two accounts were matched, did one have money or not? Was being an official good or not? It was clear at a glance. Weren't you deceiving the emperor? Either make money or be promoted. You could only choose one. What's the rule? Zhang Shuo found the key point. Uncle said it's called Benford's rule. You officials falsified accounts. Do you think we can't find out? 2 accounts, 3 accounts? What accounts you submit, we naturally have a way to find out whether you falsified them or not, but we won't tell you. Empress Wang beamed with joy. Li Yi gave the Empress the accounts. Did the Empress use that rule or something? There's no problem? Zhang Shuo asked. No, I didn't check at all. Uncle has so many good things. If I want it, Uncle will give it to me. If I don't want it, Uncle will take the initiative to give it to me. Why does Uncle have to hide the money from me when selling rice cakes? Empress Wang had absolute trust in Li Yi. How much was the rice cakes worth? Li Yi didn't even ask about the seafood and the future of farming. After giving him the idea, he would agree to it no matter how much he gave him. Even if he said he wanted to invest the money, he didn't want it. He didn't even mention it. Zhang Shuo face-bombed, worrying for the officials below. Did they think they could cheat just because they figured out a new accounting method? As long as they used the new accounting method, Li Yi would have a way to check on them. Once they determined that they were cheating, what other evidence would they need? His Majesty just needed to say a word. How is it? Li Longji felt comfortable. Do you understand now? You people want to fool me? Haha. I have nothing to say. We should make good use of Li Yi. We can't be careless, so as to avoid chilling the hearts of the officials. Your Majesty should know that a scholar should use those who know him well. A woman should ask for those who like her. I will repay the Ji family. Zhang Shuo took a deep breath and answered with the thoughts of a prime minister. He admitted that Li Yi was trustworthy. There was no need to doubt him. He was always giving out good things. There was no point in being suspicious. The meaning of his words was an illusion. The nation's scholar met me, so I will repay him. Zhang Shuo chose to believe in Li Yi and advised Li Longji to cherish him. In his opinion, Li Yi was a nation scholar, an unparalleled nation scholar. This was because Li Yi's things were not hidden. They were all in Zhuangzi. For the 2 elder brothers who met each other, they could see anything. If they didn't understand, they could ask. Once they asked, they would tell them what was going on. Li Yi is not a nation scholar. He is my brother Yi. Li Longji refuted Zhang Shuo's words. A nation scholar was already the highest evaluation, but Li Longji didn't want it. He wanted a brother Yi, so he was always afraid of exposing his identity. He also felt that it was wrong to not be honest with brother Yi. He was very conflicted. If he said it, he was afraid of losing it. If he didn't say it, he would be sorry. San Lang, Uncle didn't think about that. He also doesn't care. Empress Wang consoled. Look at what the foreigners are giving to brother Yi during the New Year, especially the seeds that have never been seen before. Li Longji quickly recovered. He knew that Li Yi liked some novel things, not including jewelry. Brother Yi didn't care for jewelry.